one and all. Success is no accident. It's all about your hard work, perseverance, struggle, sacrifices, and most importantly, love of what you're doing. On this remarkable day, I, Ankesh,
And I, Niyati,
welcome you all to the 14th edition of the annual faculty conclave of SIOM HR Summit 2022. Nothing can dim the light that shines from within. That being said, we would like to commence the day off with the lighting of the lamp. I would request Dr. Vandana Sonmane, Director, Dr. Yasho Mandira Khadde, Head of Corporate Relations and Assistant Professor at SIOM, along with Dr. Amjad Khan, Mr. Anil Santapuri, Mr. Meka Venkata Chalapati, Mr. Vikas Maheshwari, Mr. Sumit Bhatia, Mr. Anuja Singh, and Mr. Shreyas Marathe, convener of HR Summit 2022 Nashik, to join us on the stage for the lighting of the lamp.
Miss.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
As a student at Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, we believe in operational excellence. What comes easy won't last, and what lasts won't come easy. With the same spirit, let us now begin this journey with the SIOM corporate video.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit Tatwa, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result areas which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM, not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
Nothing has been as transformative as the past 2 years. Struggles and challenges were just a part of it. Bringing excellence and intellects under one roof was our motivation for today. And since we have accomplished a part of it, I would like to introduce the theme of the event, HR 5.0, the big rethink. Change is the only constant, and we have witnessed it all around. We have seen a paradigm shift where organizations have moved from manual labor to automation. We all have been a part of the hybrid work culture, and all of this would not have been possible without the HR leaders. We all live under the same sky, but do not have the same horizon. With that same spirit, I would like to introduce the theme for the event of hrsummit 2022 Nashik, HR Metamorphosis, Expanding the Horizons. We would be looking forward to the changing horizons of the employees and the role of HR practices in retaining talent at a time when employee value propositions have been mutated. The best part of the uncertainty is the certainty of having it at some point in time. And how well we acclimate towards this change is the part of HR 5.0, the big rethink. We thank you all for your presence. This event would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors. MacV, our official eyewear partner, Campus Times Pune, our official youth partner, Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner, Startup Talkie, our official outreach partner, ED Times, our official blog partner, DU Beat, our official media partner,
Ishkia, our official global knowledge partner, Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner, Super Smelly, our official gifting partner, Safe Express, our official supply chain partner, Noah Face and Unstop, our official event listing partner, City Goodies, our official gift hamper partner, Absolute Barbecue, our official food partner, Audi Mumbai South, our official automobile partner. Thank you to all our wonderful sponsors. Moving forward, a lesson on inspiration and aspiration. Let me now introduce to you Dr. Vandana Sonwani, the founding member and director of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik. Dr. Vandana shifted to academics 27 years back after 12 years of experience in electronic, FMCG, services sector with profiles in brand liquidation, logistics service enhancement, sales and operation, supply chain management, and consulting. Under her leadership, SIOM backed best industry interface and best industry oriented curriculum every year since 2009. SIOM also received the prestigious Education Excellence Award 2018 by the Confederation of International Accreditation Commission Forum in Delhi. Dr. Sonwani is a recipient of the Distinguished Service Award for her contribution to fostering management research. She received the Indian Leadership Award for Education Excellence by All India Achievements Foundation, New Delhi, and the Outstanding B School Director Award in 2019. She is currently on the CII Maharashtra Task Force for Manufacturing and Innovation. She is a member of the Board of Symbiosis International Deep University. Dr. Sonwani acts as an independent director on the company boards with a vision of empowering and leading operations excellence for industry and community at large. She pledges to fuel transformation and leadership competencies in medium and small firms in a constructive way. It is an honor to have you lead us, ma'am. The stage is all yours. Over to you.
This is called agility. Thank you, dear students. Every time I'm introduced as a director of SIOM and I hear these gracious words, of course, it humbles me, but it somehow triggers the determination to do much, much more. And I think that's why I love these type of events. Very, very good afternoon to all of you. ladies and gentlemen, particularly the speakers who have traveled all the way to Nashik. With great, immense pride and pleasure, I welcome you to SIOM, and I hope we spend more time understanding what SIOM is and students and what this unique B school would offer to the industry as such. I'd like to welcome you to the Gulshanabad, as Nashik was earlier called as Gulshanabad. Beautiful weather, a lot of horticulture, agriculture, of course known also as a Napa Valley of India. And very importantly, also a good combination of what we call it as yantra and tantra, in the sense the places like Shirdi and Trambakeshwar, which gives you the mantra part of the life, and places like Nashik being the most developing town one time a decade back in India, having huge large-scale industries around. And very important part of Nashik is, of course, the Symbiosis and SIOM, an exclusive B school dedicated to operations management. So welcome to this, to our world of operations. And this whole effort of HR Summit is to really connect back. Is it echoing too much? Is the sound echoing too much? No? Thank you. The whole purpose of HR Summit is to really connect with industry leaders like what we have today with us, and have conversations, very, very meaningful conversations on not just what has happened. I think what we've experienced, of course, we would like to research on what we've experienced and happened, but more importantly, what's lying in the future for all of us. So typically, because of the style of education that we have, we coin it as a B2B styled education. Most of you have gone round the corners and seen the type of activities that SIOM students are engaged in. And I can guarantee, except for the clubs probably, there is no stall without an industry interface. So the definition of any activity at SIOM is there an industry connect? If it's there, then we do it. So that's what I call a B2B style of education. And here we are wanting to really add value to this domain of operations and supply chain. You know, last 2 years, the words supply chain disruption, the words like demand supply, the mismatch, words like transportation constraints, they have not been limited to operations people or industry. It has become like a common word, you know, because we all experience these things as commoners, as people who were consumers of all the industry products as such. And it was very amazing to find the Prime Minister uttering the word supply chain for the first time in one of his speeches. And of course, very heartening to feel that back in 2005, SIOM thought that and belief that if future CEOs have to be, are going to be there, they are going to come from the operations domain. So this was just to sort of, you know, reiterate on what is the focus of the institute here. So very rightly, Zig Ziglar said that if you don't build businesses, you actually build people. And when you build people, they build the businesses. The fact that operations is a fantastic hub to all the other domains and the functions in the organization, it makes us lay stress on the HR function as such, being from the operations domain. And HR Summit would like to stress on that part, to really connect these two domains very beautifully. Yeah, because I always feel that operations excellence initiatives are meaningless or shallow without an buy-in of the people. And a greater understanding of organization would, of course, be a greater understanding of people there, and hence the importance of, you know, linking these two domains as such. Why I'm saying so is, first question that comes to us is, being an operations institute, why HR Summit? You know, of course, we are far away from the silos now. we shouldn't be really talking of these things in silos, because enterprise as such is our focus there. So this year, the conversations are going to be focused on this HR 5.0. And my team was telling me, ma'am, we are operations people, so let's look at the process side of it. So it's not just 4.0, we are already in 5.0. And the curiosities that is coming with this particular phase that we are in, I personally believe we are at a point of inflection where, having experienced the last 2 years, and of course the years before that, we are at a point where there are a lot of curiosities and question marks as to what's going to really sustain. I'm sure sustainability has a lesser age in today's times, but how much is it going to work? Here we are with complex information and situations like work from home being the word of today. At the same time, Google announcing, if you don't come at work, you don't need to come at all. So I think as educationists, as students of management, and also as practitioners of industry, we all have to really converse on this and understand how to decipher, how to analyze these things. And hence, this HR Summit is going to be talking about all these new things, standing at this point of inflection. How do we really equip ourselves to go further as such? Yeah. I also feel that this is an era which is bringing together contribution of autonomous individuals. We have been talking of HR, humans as resource, as employees, as capital. I think it's time we define them as autonomous individuals as such, because they're going to be somewhere else, they're going to be on their own, working maybe in a gig way in that sense. And bringing these type of individuals who work for our organizations in a socially, economically sustainable way. I'm sure COVID has really disturbed the social fabric, of employees, and hence the culture also part of it. And of course, being a part of being in a business enterprise, the economic sustainability part of it. I have personally come to this type of a sort of a platform or a hypothesis that the juggle is going to be around these three things as we go forward. And we want to really understand this. So what is at the center of equation of this HR Summit is purposeful hiring, yeah, in terms of an engagement, not just hiring, because we are talking of resignations and all these things. Purposeful hiring and engagement and well-being, these three pillars of the human resource that we all talk about. All these three things to really amplify a broader business goal as such. And with this objective, I'm sure, we have 6 speakers of the day today. Tomorrow we'll be joined by 5, 6 more. And this is going to be a real feast for the students of SIOM to listen to them and to their experiences as such. I take this opportunity again to welcome all of you to this event, speakers, industry delegates, faculties, and of course, my own students there. Let's give a big hand to this event and to the team that has put forward this event. Yeah. Thank you so much and happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening words. We will now kickstart the event with our first keynote speaker of the conclave.
It has been said that with great power comes great responsibility. And on that note, I would like to introduce Dr. Amjad Khan, Vice President at Cornerstone International Group, India. Being an MBA graduate from CIBM RD Nagpur and holding a PhD in HR management from RTM Nagpur University, he is a seasoned professional with more than 20 years of cross-cultural experience in human resource functions. Having worked for organizations such as Veroc Group, Seat Limited, and PepsiCo India, he has been a strategy architect in developing innovative HR initiatives to streamline processes and capitalize on organizational growth opportunities. He has hands-on experience in strategic conceptualization, planning and implementation of talent development, capability development in offshore, onshore, and shared services environments. It is an honor for all of us to have Dr. Khan as our first keynote speaker for the day. I would now request him to please address us on the topic of leadership for the future. This keynote address would last for 25 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. Over to you, sir. The stage is all yours.
सॉरी क्या होता है जब आप कुछ ज्यादा पढ़ लेते हो ना तो बहुत सारी चीज आपको समझ में नहीं आती मैं बटन ही ऑन करना भूल गया सो गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबॉडी एंड इट्स अ प्रिविलेज टू बी हियर at this prestigious HR summit. I'm thankful to Dr. Vandana Sonone and the entire SIOM team for providing me with this honor and this opportunity to be a part of this summit. And thanks to the team for giving a very gracious introduction about me as a person and as a professional. What I'm going to do is that, so I have kind of designed my speech by keeping manufacturing as a core of it. Actually, we will also be talking about, so the title itself is very, very interesting. You know, the big rethink, HR 5.0, the big rethink. And as we are all struggling with the technology and the rapid changes, so all the aspects of our management and all the systems and processes are going rapid changes, and things are changing at a speed which nobody could have ever believed actually. And people are finding it difficult to accommodate with the pace of change actually. Now, if you see the topic theme, which is strive, survive and sustain, we all need to strive to the best in whatever we do. And while doing that, we may be encountering some uncharted territories. We may be going into some untried and untested methods of doing things. And we may falter also, but we need to survive that space. And then once we achieve some success, we need to sustain that. So it's a beautifully captured theme actually, and I must compliment and congratulate the organizers for this. So Madam has also talked about something, the work from home concept actually. So before I start my presentation, now work from home has become a kind of a two-edged sword now. So a lot of organizations are struggling to make people come back to work. A lot of memes have been going around कि कुछ जो है spouses है वो कंपनी को लेटर लिख रही है कि मेरे पति को आप बुला लीजिए because he is not letting me work properly. He asks for tea every 10 minutes actually at home. वहां से लेके then there are people, so there are very famous industrialists in this Indian corporate world who have a lot of followers. And I happen to work with one of those organizations wherein initially work from home was advocated like anything. But the latest tweet says, though we as a company, we will still encourage work from home, but please bear in mind, working from office is a different ball altogether. And if you want to have a career of performance, if you want to have a career with opportunities and progress, okay, and not mediocrity, the work from home may lead to that. So it is up to the individual to take that call, whether they want to be working from home or working from office. Let me tell you that After 2 years of online, I'm so happy to be here talking to the people which I love the most in person, actually, one-on-one basis. And there can be no substitute to this, actually. Okay. So with that, so as I was sharing that my topic is mostly centered, or my speech is mostly centered on the manufacturing and operations. And I was very happy when I got the invitation to be a part of this summit here. Okay. So I have purposely, kept this particular quote here. I found it very fascinating. What about a leader and a great leader, actually? The difference between the two. A leader takes people where they want to go, but a great leader will take them where they would necessarily don't want to go, but they need to be there, actually. That's the difference between a great leader and a normal leader. Because the great leader would know what is good for you, which initially you may not know. Where do I point this? Next slide. Next. Yeah. So I will start with manufacturing. And I will talk about the challenges we are facing in manufacturing. Like we have HR leaders here. We have my other fellow professionals here. If you see, manufacturing is today undergoing a tremendous challenge, actually. As now I have entered into consulting space for last 2 years, and we deal with top talent from mid to senior management roles. What we are seeing is increasingly is a challenge of finding right people into the operations and manufacturing space. For example, last year we were working for an American MNC. They wanted some people out of IITs or IIMs, actually, and core into operations or manufacturing experience. And just to tell you, they were ready to offer starting from 24 lakh rupees for just 1 year of experiences, because they have lost the campus recruitment cycle and they were in urgent need. When I did research, I went to the websites of IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai. What I found was very, very surprising for me. What I found was less than 4% of the students of IIT Mumbai of all engineering, they have gone for non-manufacturing or non-core industry, actually. Even a BTech from IIT BHU is going, after doing his BTech chemical engineering, he is opting for a coding job. Now, if everybody is doing coding, who will do manufacturing? So that is the challenge of my, the skilled manpower. And in my professional career as a HR person, I have worked with companies like Mahindra's also, Skoda Auto, Eaton Corporation, a lot of Vero Group, automotive, auto component, and all these things like commercial vehicles, the truck project and everything. Everywhere there is a challenge. Now, thankfully, auto industry is a little evolved industry in terms of their systems and processes. So a lot of contractual labor or non-permanent workforce are there, but there is still again a challenge. Now, diploma engineers today are high in demand in all this industry, but what is happening is the graduate engineers are not at all sought after, actually. And that is the big challenge, that those people, who are not, the company wants people, we are searching for them, people want job, but nobody's happy. Now, if you see, what is the challenge of challenges of manufacturing are like inventory management, actually. So because of the geopolitical tensions happening currently, because of all of you must have heard about in automotive domain, or rather in most of the things, including the mobile phones we are consuming, there is a lot of challenge in the semiconductor industry. There are only a couple of organizations at Taiwan-based TMTC and all, they are making chips. There is a single $1 chip of display driver chip and all those kind of chips, which is causing a heavy shortages, because of which the last year, as per one of the report, the estimated loss for FY22 was around $60 billion for the loss of the anticipated sale because of the non-production of those products, basically. Okay. So if you see the supply chain is something which is an integral part of manufacturing. When I say manufacturing, I mean supply chain as well. Okay. Now the consumer trends actually. Now, if you see earlier, the color of a car or color of a gadget was never a question. We wanted to look at only the performance. Today, we want a mobile phone with a magenta color actually, screen, or, you never know what kind of color we will ask for. The kind of options we need in not only in vehicle colors, you see the car colors which is coming up, the kind of variations we need actually. Just to tell you, not so glamorous product like tractor, you would find that there are variations like 18 base models for one company and almost 120 variants actually. I agree for application specific things, but for customer demanding, various, उनको वो सभी को एक वो हो गया Amazon वाला और दिखाओ टाइप वाला जो है ना, वो consumer आज का, and consumer is always right. So today we are all on consumer driven market actually. Then like automation and maintenance overheads actually. So for example, how does manufacturing, why manufacturing is a challenge and why people are still not going in manufacturing as a career. So I will try to give an example that I used to work with PepsiCo, and PepsiCo foods division, and Lay's is the brand of their chips. Basically, we have Budhani Brothers chips here. That chip used to those packet of chip used to cost 10 rupees. They still cost, but the grammage is reducing because of the overheads are reducing. The kind of overhead we used to have. So the challenge in the manufacturing is how do we reduce our overheads? For example, when you go to any food factory, the kind of overheads, and when I'm talking about food factory, I'm talking about somebody who follows all the global norms. For example, in companies like say PepsiCo, you would have something called as American Institute of Baking, AIB. So AIB audit अगर आपके plant ने pass नहीं किया तो उस plant head की नौकरी चली जाती थी. That was such a stressful job. But to maintain that, so sanitizer हमने अभी कोरोना में सुना है. मुझे 2012 में पता था sanitizer क्या होता है, because I have worked for PepsiCo, and before entering the shop floor, we would have sanitizer booths actually, so that whenever you, even if you're going for the canteen for foods or washroom, whenever you come back, you have to wash your hands. Can you believe for a plant of 2,000 people, I think we used to need, I would say almost 50 to 60,000 rupees per day only sanitizer. Then we used to have a PCI kind of an agency who used to do pest control for us. Okay, the pest control, whenever we are making any food item, there are a lot of cockroaches or various insects would breed. To avoid that, we needed a professional agency like PCI. The billing of PCI at that point in time and on a monthly basis was more than 10 lakh rupees. Plus, every person needs to wear a proper hair mask, hair cap. They used to have a beard, this thing, you cannot wear. So the kind of overheads which goes into manufacturing, the costs are, spiraling up like anything. Okay. The kind of automation, now automation requires a lot of capex, a lot of capital expenditure, a lot of capital investments. Now that requires a lot of, surety of your order book actually. And today, the way things are getting disrupted with electric vehicle coming in, with a lot of metal, the organization operating in the metallic component field, how many of them will remain in business actually, unless they try to diversify into the relevant or the related industries. So there are the kind of challenges actually. Next slide. Having all these challenges, I am just putting this picture, and this is just an indicative picture. By no means, I don't try to demean the other leaders who are not in this. But because of my love for auto industry and the kind of domain I have worked, these people are, I admire a lot actually, in the sense, these people, despite all the challenges, they could do what India is doing. They are the people responsible for making India a manufacturing powerhouse. I think they need a round of applause for what they have done actually, Yesterday, I was reading a report in, I think, Economic Times or Times of India, I don't recollect, because these days you get so many feeds into so many platforms. Mahindra and Tata, जब मैं बहुत सालों तक, अभी भी मैं मारुति की गाड़ी चला रहा हूँ, एंड मेरा प्रॉब्लम ये होता था कि महिंद्रा के और टाटा की गाड़ियों का जो डोर का जो अलाइनमेंट होता था कभी मैच नहीं होता था. वो नीचे और ऊपर में आपको डिफरेंस मिल ही जाएगा. बट अब आज उनकी गाड़ियां देखिए, अब टाटा की गाड़ियां देखिए, हैरियर, व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल पीस ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग इट इज एक्चुअली. महिंद्रा की सारी गाड़ियां देखिए, टीयूवी 300 से लेके एक्सयूवी 700 से लेके एक्सयूवी 500, व्हाट अ व्हीकल दे आर मेकिंग. एंड दे आर नॉट जस्ट इंडियन कंपनी, दे आर ग्लोबल प्लेयर्स नाउ. Now people are taking note of us actually, and thanks to these people, despite all the obstacles in India, all the governmental policy, I would say, blocks, they have still created and made India a powerhouse. Okay. So Anil Agrawal ji, Vedanta chairman, these days he's quite visible on LinkedIn actually. We should follow him. He is giving a lot of words of wisdom for the people in operations. He is one you cannot miss to not follow him actually. Next slide, please. Now, what are the trends and what we need to be looking at as future leaders actually? Because you are in operations and you are the future leaders. And I would urge a lot of you to look at going into the core industry. Please understand, and I'm at times, I'm really clueless as to, अगर सभी लोग कोडिंग और कंसल्टिंग में जाएंगे तो मैन्युफैक्चर कौन करेगा बॉस? कोई तो लोग चाहिए हमको मैन्युफैक्चर करने के लिए. दूसरा एक चैलेंज और है, मेरा ये मानना है कि out of all the pieces of the value chain, manufacturing is the place wherein you can create maximum impact and optimize your cost and profitability. अगर हमने अपना सप्लाई और उसमें भी सबसे ज्यादा सप्लाई चेन है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर एक टायर बनाने वाली कंपनी है, उसको सप्लाई करने वाले जो टायर बिल्डिंग मशीन है वो भी सेम सप्लायर है, मिक्सिंग है वो सेम सप्लायर है. Now what differentiates two organization is the efficiency of their supply chain. How efficiently are they managing their supply chain? How efficiently are they managing their vendors? How efficiently they are managing their the supply chain systems in place? उस पर depend करेगा कि so the supply chains are going to be the differentiator today and always actually, and hence supply chain coupled with manufacturing are going to rule actually. And mark my words, आने वाले समय में आपको supply chain और operations के लोग नहीं मिलेंगे, and they will be they are still in demand, they will be further in high in demand actually. Now what is happening is, आपको क्या होता था पहले के जमाने में, मैं क्योंकि मैं उस जमाने का हो गया हूं, तो उस जमाने में जब इंजीनियरिंग की जो हमारे एडमिशन होते थे, ओके, सबसे पहले टॉप पे मैकेनिकल चलता था, फिर उसका साइकिल चलता गया, और बाद में सिविल को जो किसी को कुछ नहीं मिला और फिर भी उसके माँ बाप चाहते हुए इंजीनियर बन जाए तो वो सिविल में एडमिशन ले लेता था. लेकिन जब सिविल का वक्त आया तो सिविल के लोग नहीं मिल रहे. आज सभी लोग आईटी कर रहे हैं, और सभी को, और किसी से भी पूछिए, आप किसी से भी बात कीजिए, फ्रेशर से मैं जब बात करता हूं, लोगों से कनेक्ट करता हूं, everyone wants a job in an IT park. मैं भी कंपनी के लिए R&D का एक सीनियर बंदा ढूंढ रहा हूं, उनको वो लोकेशन से परहेज है, उनको लोकेशन पे नहीं जाना है, एंड दे वांट टू सिट इन अ टेक सेंटर. अरे बॉस, जहां पे प्लांट है, जहां पे आप ट्रायल रन करोगे, आपको वहां बैठेंगे वो ज्यादा बेटर है कि आप किसी टेक सेंटर में बैठ के प्लान करोगे आप. ओके, सो द चॉइसेस क्या हो गई कैंडिडेट्स की. एक बंदे को बॉम्बे में, वो रहता है मलाड में, और कांजूर मार्ग में एक जॉब है, उसको मलाड से कांजूर मार्ग नहीं जाना है. No, I don't want to relocate. And I was like, you are in Mumbai only, boss. And he says, I don't want to relocate. So the point I'm trying to tell you is that, one point, there are people who are highly qualified and highly in demand, but they have got their own limitations and challenges. And then there are people who are ready to work for you, but they do not are necessarily of that competency. So I am saying, going forward, the operation supply chain needs a lot of people actually. And this was never a preferred role. Let me tell you, the people, the kind of leader I'm looking at some supply chain professionals also. I am looking at some vendor development people. I'm looking at some sourcing talents for my organization, for one of the client. The challenge is, वो लोग काम अच्छा करते हैं, लेकिन जब वो इंटरव्यू में बैठे उनको बोलना नहीं आ रहा है, because they are not qualified, or rather they are not trained in that management, I would say, jargons, or they are not trained into the processes. They are not good in communication. Even though they are skilled, they are finding it challenging. So please, so just imagine if you people are getting into that domain, how your potential job, this thing will be, how your overall, index would improve for the probability of you landing a better job actually. Okay. So if you see what are the things which is impacting, what are the things we need to know. So for the leaders of future, we need to know all these things. What first is artificial intelligence, machine learning. Now, pace of change, the speed at which the things are changing, it is just mind-boggling actually. Every year we get a new iPhone, right? I think 13-14 तक आ गया है ना अभी, 14, 13, 14 शायद आता होगा दिवाली में, right? सो 14 हो गया, मतलब 14 साल इस इंस्टीट्यूट को भी हो गया, तो मतलब समझ लिया हर साल एक आईफोन आ रहा है हमारे पास, राइट? तो देखिए हर साल आईफोन आ रहा है, और क्या होता है, हम कोई बात नहीं करता है कि हम उस फोन से बात कर सकते हैं करके, राइट? वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कैमरा, वो बता रहे हैं कि हम लोग उससे पिक्चर बना सकते हैं। अरे भाई मुझे बात करने के लिए एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट चाहिए, राइट? बट सी हाउ होल थिंग इज चेंजिंग, सो पेस ऑफ चेंज। आज का एम्प्लॉय उसको पर्पस चाहिए, आज के एम्प्लॉय को पर्पस चाहिए, ही वांट्स टू गेट एसोसिएट विद अ कंपनी हु इज वैल्यू ड्रिवन। There are, and it is such, and today's, today's professionals, I am at times also fascinated by the clarity of thought they have got. They want to work into this domain, they want to work for this kind of company only, and they are, but one way is that they are also they can afford to do that because they are coming from I would say thankfully good backgrounds. But earlier in 99s or that time, people used to come with folded hands for job, and when I used to recruit, it was like हम जो बोलेंगे वो बंदा सुन लेगा। आज हमको उस बंदे के लिए 4 बार इंटरव्यू रिशेड्यूल करना पड़ता है, ही इज नॉट फ्री। हमको कैंडिडेट का टाइम लेके एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर का टाइम अलाइन करना पड़ता है। Earlier, so there is 180 degree shift, but for the people who are really qualified to do that, okay, I mean competent for that. Now collaboration, okay, people want a collaborative working environment today, okay, people want, so the new talent landscape में भी क्या हो रहा है कि हमारा पास जो आज का जो talent आया है, their aspirations are totally different. उनको कुछ बंदे ऐसे हैं कि मुझे 5 दिन ही काम करूंगा मैं, और बाद में मुझे सैटरडे संडे अपने फोन नहीं करने का। मेरी टीम में कंसल्टिंग में ऐसे लोग हैं, एंड वी आर नॉट अ वेरी बिग साइज कंपनी, बट वी आर वेरी लाइक एवरीबॉडी नोस कि कितना बिलिंग आ रहा है, कितना रेवेन्यू आ रहा है, तो हाउ एवरीवन नीड्स टू परफॉर्म एंड प्रोजेक्ट। उसमें कुछ ऐसे मेरे टीम मेंबर्स है जिसमें एक लड़की ऐसी जो रात को 10 बजे भी फोन करेंगे तो शी वुड माइंड, और एक बंदी को अगर मैं फ्राइडे को 5:30 बजे बोलता हूं तो आई विल डू इट फर्स्ट थिंग इन द मॉर्निंग ऑन मंडे, so that is the aspiration, but people know what they want basically. Globalization, vasudhaiva kutumbakam, the whole world is a family, and that phrase couldn't have been more true as in we are in today. Now today aluminum company in India is asking me to look for expat to run their Indian operations actually, and they're ready to pay 3 times the salary. Of course they will have to, but they're asking us to find them somebody expat coming in and doing something into the foil extraction business kind of thing, which the competency doesn't work, is not available in good numbers in India. They are asking us. So which means that we are not averse to employing, expats from the developed nations basically. And the last thing is, it is the fundamental thing is morals and ethics actually. Everybody want to know about that company, वो company का value system कैसा है, उनका purpose क्या है, and hence today, being honest is not an option, it's a compulsion. Okay. Next slide. So I want all of you to spend some good amount of time, I mean, a minute or so on this slide is on the ESG. I just added it as the last thing, so it will be looking little out of sync of my presentation theme. But if you see environmental, social, and corporate governance, now for every company, for investors, for any, so this is more for investor kind of thing, but if you see the employer also taking calls based on this today, they are looking at whether my company or the product I am making, I will be joining with, are they creating pollutions? Are they creating biodiversity losses? I mean, what? So all those things, and these are, I mean, self-explanatory thing. On social, they're talking about child labor, they're talking about mis-sellings, labor standards, employer relations, they're talking about, and in governance, again, of course. So if you see from the sustainability code, now I think the world has graduated to the ESG norm. So one of the company we are working with on the board of director role, so the potential candidate asks for us, not the accounting, they know accounting to mil jayega. They are asked for what is their ESG policy and are there any issues on ESG? So because for anybody to come on board as a director, they would want to know which kind of board they are joining. Next slide, please. Now, what are the leadership skills for future, basically? So I have put on some points, building broader and most diverse network. Today, we cannot survive in any business, whether business or manufacturing or job, without network actually. And that network needs to be diverse. If the network are in a very, very specific strata of profession or a domain, then your thing would be very limited actually. Just to give you an example, before the pandemic started, and I also ventured into this business domain, and then the whole thing got this thing, and we were working all from remote, and then we were sending 2 mails and then 3 attachments. Then we all moved from Microsoft to Google. And please, I'm not either promoting or kind of thing, any system, but we all moved to Google Cloud. Now our entire company works out of Google platform. If I have something urgency, I can reply or look at my mobile phone and connect to my system and still work from mobile phone also. So now what is happening is that because we used to never think that हम लोग Microsoft Outlook के अलावा भी मेल भेज सकते हैं, और उसके लिए आपको पता है कि जब हम कोई भी सिस्टम खरीदते हैं तो Microsoft Outlook जो होता है उसके अलग से पैसे लगते हैं. आपको जो होता है वो विंडो, पावर पॉइंट और वर्ड तो मिल जाता है, राइट, बट आपको आउटलुक एक्सप्रेस के अलग से पैसे देने को मालूम है, ये उसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है. आज 1.5 साल हो गया है बीइंग अ वेरी वेरी अनहैप्पी सोल कि मुझे गूगल में शिफ्ट करना पड़ रहा है. आई नाउ प्रोपोगेट गूगल जीमेल, लोगों को बोलता हूं उसको देखिए, उससे अच्छा कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. टुडे वी वर्क, अभी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वर्ड भूल गए हम, गूगल डॉक्स, गूगल शीट्स, इस पे काम कर रहे हैं. जब तक हमको पता नहीं होता है, अनलेस वी वाइडन अवर थिंकिंग, वी ओपन अप अवर सेल्फ, वी डोंट नो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग अराउंड द वर्ल्ड. सो इसीलिए हमारे नेटवर्क्स भी वाइडर होने चाहिए, अलग अलग मुख्तलिफ फील्ड के होने चाहिए, so that we will know a different perspective from other people. Connecting करना है, we need to connect with people. Having just network will not work, and we need to find out ways of connecting with people. Just, and they should not look at के बस इसको जब काम है तभी ये connect कर रहा है हमसे, right? There has to be meaningful engagement with the people in your domain as much as you can, and you will, each one of us will have to find ways to do it actually. Now today, again going forward, the collaboration over competition basically. Now culture shaping, so a lot of organizations are making, for example, so one of the organization I worked, C8, Mr. Harsh Goenka, amazing leader. So in the central theme of that organization is happiness. So and in around happiness, we used to create all the HR strategies, happiness. This, and he said, if the employee is happy, he will be able to create the products which will make customers happy. Okay, what a beautiful thought. A lot of organizations are not saying that customer first, they're saying employee first, customer second. If the employee is not taken into consideration, how are you going to take care of the customer? And coaching. Today, each of our top talents or not so highly performing talents, they all need hand-holding, they all need coaching. And when in the remote and the hybrid working space, it is all the more required actually. A lot of people who are working from home, they don't want to work from home, they want to go to office, but they don't have an option. Then there are others who should be going to office, they don't want to go office. But I'm saying a lot of people inherently want to work in a group. They want to network, they want to collaborate, they want to chat, but that is not happening. So in that scenario, coaching your people, coaching your team member, okay, that is another skill. And what is happening very interestingly is, as madam said, ये तो Operation Institute में HR Summit क्यों हो रहा है? But I'm really glad that Operation Institute HR Summit कर रहा है. Mahindra was the first company who used to say HR managing people problems, concern and growth is not HR baby. It is every leader's baby. It is the responsibility of every supervisor, every manager to be the HR manager for his respective teams actually. So those kind of pioneer thoughts Mahindra has done, and after 2002, when the Scorpio came and where the Mahindra is today. So I think all these kind of, I would say, HR strategies, the people strategies have gone into making Mahindras, or for that matter, C8, the organization they are today actually. Next. So looking at what we needed for this thing, what are the different things? You all know all this. There is nothing new I'm sharing. But I mean, these are the things which are disrupting the way manufacturing is being done. Again, quoting from one experiences, though I have left that organization, during the pandemic, lot of production officers. So it is said that अगर production officer से किसी से बात करो आप, अरे boss अब चलो पिकनिक मनाएंगे, अरे नहीं boss वो लाइन कैसे छोड़ के जाएंगे हम लोग, तो लाइन छूट गए तो प्रोडक्शन नहीं होगा. पैंडेमिक में बिना सुपरवाइजर के प्रोडक्शन निकला है, अच्छी क्वालिटी में और ज्यादा क्वांटिटी में. उन्होंने रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए उनके बंदों ने प्रोडक्शन के. लेकिन उसमें फायदा ये हुआ कि they had all the remote data management in place, they had good control of what is happening on the shop floor, and because of which they could remotely operate this thing. So today there are technologies available who can help you look at. So if you see the industry 4.0, it is talking about connected machines, digital manufacturing. You can get all the data on your fingertips actually, what is happening. So all these things is making the operations more, I would say, more amenable, but that is also putting a lot of pressure on the professionals to be more competent, to be more aware of all these aspects actually. They cannot say कि ये वो IT वाले का काम है boss. आप हर बंदे को समझना पड़ेगा कि वो IT कैसे चलता है. At least आपको उसका ज्ञान तो होना चाहिए. You need not be required to go and do the coding, but you should know कि क्या हो सकता है, क्या नहीं हो सकता है. उतना तो आपको पता होना चाहिए. ESG, I talked about D&I, diversity and inclusion. And I was talking to the director ma'am that in C8 tires, we started. So when I say we, because I was in charge then in 2017, we had from 14%, we took the girls population to almost 24%. And we used to operate in 3 shifts. Now, the HR and the fellow colleagues will know that in operational setups, if there are 3 shifts operations, it's very difficult to engage more females on the shop floor because they can be engaged only on 1 shift. And for the 2 other shifts, you cannot put people in B and C shifts because then everybody will crib. And the graveyard shift, which is the night shift, is the worst shift to do. But then there is no option when you run the operations. So, but in C8, we used to struggle a lot to get the operation team. So we used to get girls for the shop floor, but to manage the girls, we needed managers. And that's where I think SIOM kind of institute need to kind of, to pitch in and help them, boss, and connect. But this is where we can support you. So somebody was telling me that they're in touch with my friend and the head of HR of C8, who will be looking for female managers. So I'm saying more and more girls needs to come on these kind of courses wherein they can go and then manage those actually. Because see, what happens is that when you engage female folks in the night shift, you need to have females, the entire system of security of picking and dropping them with security of female security guards. You need to have a female manager on the floor at those night time actually. And for that female managers, you need to have people who have that exposure. Can you believe, for the want of nobody, for the want of manager, we had picked up somebody who was doing a presentation for an executive director in a company and put her into manufacturing job. But she was an engineer, but she has never worked on operation. We said, we will train you. We trained her and put on the job and she's doing well. And a lot of people have grown well actually, So DNI, and then again, the TQM and WCM and for that matter, any new systems, these are very important for, the way the manufacturing is getting reshaped for creating the goods and products which people will consume. Yeah. So this is it. Last slide, please. So thank you very much for your patient listening. I don't know if I overshot my time.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We'll now be proceeding with the Q&A session. I request the delegates to post their questions with a raise of hand.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you from the insightful session, what you have conveyed to us. My question to you is, as we see, along with the HRs, operations and supply chain, folks will be dealing mostly with the people around. So with this, my intention was to understand, when you talked about hiring the people or maybe the onboarding along with that intention is going to happen with the constrained mindset of the candidates, and we are looking for the competency as well. So as a future leader of supply chain, how we are going to deal with those such scenarios when we are grooming ourselves in these roles?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. You are saying, how do we, I'm sorry, I didn't get your question. Can you repeat?
When we are dealing with such kind of candidates in future, when we are leading the roles as the leaders, between selecting the candidate based on their competencies, along with the constrained mindset of the candidate, maybe in terms of location, in terms of the compensations and things like that.
I got it.
Yeah.
So I was talking to somebody last week only that, and having a conversation, I said that as an entrepreneur now, I would rate attitude over talent anytime actually. If the attitude is good, okay, मैंने मुझे बताया ना दो example कि अगर मैं Friday शाम को 6 बजे किसी को बोल रहा हूँ 5:30 बजे यार मुझे थोड़ा चाहिए तो बोला मैं Monday morning first thing in the morning कर दूंगी करके, right? एंड विज विज समबडी जिसकी मदर हॉस्पिटल में बैठी हुई है एंड शी हैज फ्री टाइम, अभी वो काम हो चुका है, वो लैपटॉप पे काम करके मुझे रात में 11 बजे मैसेज डाल रही है. सी प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, वी ऑल वर्क इन डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ बिजनेस सेटअप्स. और जब क्लाइंट के पास से कुछ काम आता है, ओके, और जब उनको डिलीवर करना होता है, अगर आप नहीं करोगे कोई और डिलीवर कर देगा, राइट? तो ये जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग होना चाहिए ना, एटीट्यूड अगर अच्छा है, और दोनों में अगर आप पूछोगे कॉम्पिटेंसी वाइज, वो 6 बजे जो काम बंद कर रही है शी इज बेटर कॉम्पिटेंसी वाइज, बट एटीट्यूड वाइज शी इज मोर रिलायबल बिकॉज आई कैन गिव हर अ वर्क एंड शी विल डिलीवर इट टू मी. सो हमको कंस्टेंट माइंडसेट वाले लोग नहीं चलेंगे सर, और हमको नहीं, किसी भी फील्ड में नहीं चलेंगे हम. एक्चुअली हमको ओपन माइंडेड लोग ही चाहिए. अनलेस यू आर समबडी यू नो सेमीकंडक्टर चिप डिजाइनर वगैरह हो ना, और आप सीएटल में बैठे हो, मतलब, और वो आपके पीछे 3 लोग खड़े हुए हैं लाइन में कि आप हमारे यहाँ आ जाओ, मेरे ख्याल से बाकी सबको जरूरत है उसकी.
Hello, a very good afternoon, sir. My question is regarding collaboration over competition. So we have seen that the companies are collaborating more rather than competing with each other for market penetration and for operation excellency. But I just want to understand how the HR, this thing is working in HR domain. Are the companies collaborating with each other for talents?
Yeah, actually very interesting. Some of my fellow colleagues are already smiling. It's a very tricky topic, and let me tell you, I will not name the organization. So okay, in India we are a free people. 75th Amrut Mahotsav hum log kar rahe hain, Azadi ka. We have fundamental right to do whatever we want to do in terms of our profession. कुछ साल पहले 3 बड़ी-बड़ी कंपनियों ने मिलकर एक पैक्ट किया आपस में कि जो ट्रेनी हमारे यहाँ ज्वाइन करेंगे उनको 3 साल तक कोई और रिक्रूट नहीं करेगा. वो एक तरह से ठीक था स्ट्रेटेजी, बट इफ यू आस्क मी as a fundamental and as a sociology student, that is against the ethos of our constitution. Actually, you cannot put that kind of clause. If you cannot retain your trainee, it's your problem, not their problem. Okay, but then again there is another thing. A lot of organizations put a clause, you cannot join competition. So for example, I am a chip designer and they say after 12 years of 20 years in a company, I resign for some reason, I want to grow, and they say you cannot join a competition for 2 years. Arey boss, I know only to do a particular kind of job. How will I go to the other thing? Na? Okay. Now answering to your question of the collaboration. एक मेरे बहुत शुरू के करियर में हमारे बॉस थे एचआर हेड, और हम लोग 3-4 लोगों को रिपोर्ट करते थे. उनका बड़ा स्टैंडर्ड स्टेटमेंट होता था, और उसको अभी भी वो मैं सोच रहा हूँ उसको अभी भी डिकोड नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ. ही यूज्ड टू से यू हैव टू वर्क इन अ टीम एंड शो इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस, एंड वी यूज्ड टू स्क्रैच आवर हेड, बॉस कैसे कर रही है, मतलब तो उनका एक हमेशा पेटेंट डायलॉग होता था. Having said that, आज की तारीख में अगर आप देखोगे कोलैबोरेशन का मतलब क्या है. अगर मेरी टीम में 3 लोग हैं, अभी मैं एक एग्जाम मेरी टीम का देता हूं, मेरी टीम में 3 लोग हैं जिनको मुझे एक मैंडेट पे काम करवाना है, और तीनों लोग अलग अलग बिलिंग के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है. अब मैं क्या करता हूं, मुझे पता है किसकी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, मैंने तीनों को भी कॉमन असाइनमेंट दी और मैंने बोला आप ये पोर्शन करोगे, आप रिसर्च पे काम करोगे, आप मार्केट मैप करके दोगे, आप सोर्सिंग पे काम करोगे, और आप मुझे बाकी का जो काम बचता है उसमें सपोर्ट करोगे. So rather than saying कि आप मेरे को इतना बिलिंग लाके दो, आप इतना बिलिंग लाके दो, नहीं. अभी और वो पहले दूसरे से बात नहीं करते थे. अब मैं हूं ना हूं, वो अपना उनका कॉन कॉल हो जाता है, कॉन कॉल सेटअप है. मैंने कहा है कि कोई हो ना हो, 2 लोग भी अगर 4 में से हम लोग अवेलेबल है, लेट अस डू अ कॉन कॉल एंड सी व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. इफ नथिंग, जस्ट से हाय हेलो एंड जस्ट गेट ऑन टू वर्क. तो कोलैबोरेशन करने से फायदा क्या है, जब हम कॉमन काम करते हैं ना, फॉर एग्जाम्पल सप्लाई चेन भी ना, जैसा एचआर होता है, फाइनेंस में भी पंगा नहीं होता. फाइनेंस के फंडे बड़े क्लियर है, रिकंसिलिएशन मतलब रिकंसिलिएशन, बैलेंस शीट मतलब बैलेंस शीट. एचआर में क्या है ना, आप एचआर में देखिए, मैं एचआर फील्ड से आता हूं, बट आई कैन टेक द लिबर्टी. आपको एचआर में हर जगह अलग नाम मिलेगा. कोई एचआर हेड होगा, कोई एचआरएम होगा, कोई सीएचआरओ लिखता है, कोई कैपिटल लिखता है, मतलब अलग अलग तरीके के नाम है. उसमें स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन नहीं है बहुत सी जगहों पे. सप्लाई चेन का वही है. एक कंपनी में अगर किसी परचेस के बंदे को आप उठा के प्रोफाइल पढ़ो, वो सोर्सिंग भी कर रहा है, वेंडर डेवलपमेंट भी कर रहा है, फिर वो परचेस लिखता है. वो फिर कोई किसी वेंडर डेवलपमेंट वाले को देखो, वो सिर्फ परचेस का काम कर रहा है. सो ये जो डिस्टिंक्शन बहुत सी जगह पे नहीं हो पाता है. तो हम लोग फिर क्या बोल रहे हैं, मैंने वो 3 अलग अलग मैंडेट्स की टीम को कॉमन कर दिया है, और उनको बोला आप मिलकर स्काउट करो एंड देन सी फॉर द कैंडिडेट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. बट इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे टू रन अ टीम, एंड उनको कोलैबोरेट करने के लिए बोलना बहुत मुश्किल काम है. इट इज इजियर सेड देन डन, बट देन गोइंग फॉरवर्ड ऐसे ही करना पड़ने वाला है.
Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to do this. But I don't know if you've heard moonlighting and stuff like that. That's come up, and it's a big subject. It's extremely, everybody's talking about it. But I'll tell you what, there are a lot of organizations which have been doing this for a while, and out of India as well. And I'm sure they would know of some organizations who started thinking of gigs. So now understand the conflict of interest is at the heart of this issue. So if I'm an HR professional and Cornerstone says, hey, listen, come and do some HR work with me as a gig, there is going to be a conflict of interest. But if I am a HR professional and he wants some photography done, for his daughter, what stops me from doing it? And that's where, the other element that comes in is of the money that comes into your account. How is it accounted for, etc. So I can promise you, give it about 6 months. The jury is still out there. It's not yet decided. Don't know where the wind is flowing. There are a lot of senior leaders who are coming up and saying this is cheating. Whereas at the same time, there's a lot of companies just saying, hey, what's wrong with it? All right. But I think it's an interesting debate to have going forward.
Thank you. And actually, that's a very hot topic, trending all over the internet today, actually.
Good afternoon, sir. Sam here. So my question was, one of the skills a future leader should have, and that was coaching. I come from a very small experience, but I have seen organizations having coaching or as a mentor, they do have a policy over there. So why do you think this is also something we should have in future, or it has a deeper meaning than what we have right now?
ये कोचिंग, ये सारे जो ना रिलेशनशिप पे वाले काम है ये. अब मैं कहता हूँ, देखिए मैं अभी कल कोई मुझे बोल रहा था AI ML आ गया रिक्रूटमेंट में. मैंने कहा बॉस अगले 50 साल तक तो रिक्रूटमेंट में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, क्योंकि रिक्रूटमेंट में दो इंडिविजुअल के बीच में जो कॉन्वर्सेशन होता है ना, उसमें इतने इन्यूमरेबल कॉन्टेक्स्ट निकल के आते हैं कि नो मशीन इन द वर्ल्ड कैन प्रोग्राम फॉर दैट. तो मैंने कहा 50 साल तक तो HR वालों को पंगा नहीं है, मतलब HR डोमेन में. कोचिंग का जो सवाल है, हमारे यहाँ पे हमने एक इनिशिएटिव शुरू किया था कंपनी में, दिल से. और दिल से का चैट था कि वो हम अपने प्लांट हेड के साथ दिल से बात करेंगे. फिर हमने बोला प्लांट हेड के साथ हो गया, हमने बोला आप अपने हर HOD करेगा. और उसको अब क्या होता है, किसी भी चीज को जब तक आप मेजर नहीं करेंगे ना, काम नहीं होगा, राइट. तो हमने फिर वो लगा दिया, HR वाले टिपिकल मैट्रिक्स लगा दिया कि हर HOD हर महीने में 2 दिल से करेगा, और वो मैट्रिक्स लगा दिया 2 दिल से किया कि नहीं. देखो आप हंस रहे हो, लेकिन अब हम ऐसे कैसे मैनेज करें यार? अगर इनके पास 10 लोग इनको रिपोर्ट करते इन्होंने, अगर और वो एक क्वार्टर में एक बार दिल से करना है, तो क्या होता था, बंदा आया कहीं से और वो महीने के एंड में मुझे रिपोर्ट भेजनी है. अरे तू उसको बुला, अरे उसका दिल से करना है यार, तू आजा चल दिल से कर लेते हैं. अरे मैंने कहा बॉस क्या दिल से कर रहे हो आप? मतलब दिल से करने के लिए दिल से तो करो वो बात को आप. तो दिल से तो ये जो कोचिंग वाला जो है ना, अगर हमने रेजिमेंटाइज तो करना ही पड़ेगा, बट वो हमारे दिल से भी तो आना चाहिए कि कोचिंग करनी है हमको. और जब तक के बोलते ना, उस कोचिंग के लिए आपके दिल में वो एक आत्मीयता नहीं है, वो उसके लिए हमदर्दी नहीं है, वो उसके लिए एक क्या बोलते हैं अफेक्शन नहीं है, वो आप कोचिंग नहीं कर पाओगे. हाँ, वो एक प्रोसेस बन के रह जाएगा कंपनी में. और देखिए कोई भी इनिशिएटिव का ऐसी होता है, अब बहुत बड़ा बिग बैंग चालू करते हैं हम लोग, लेकिन उसमें सब ये मान के चलते हैं बहुत सारा कि निकलने के बाद नीचे भी कुछ लोगों ने कर लिया. तो आई थिंक द इनिशिएटिव इज काइंड ऑफ लिव्ड इट्स पर्पस एक्चुअली.
थैंक यू.
एक और चीज बताऊंगा अभी, ये जो मशीन लर्निंग का जो मैं बता रहा था आपसे ना, तो एक कंपनी में 20-25 करोड़ रुपए खर्चा किया. जिस कंपनी को एंगेज किया उनको भी मशीन लर्निंग के बारे में मालूम नहीं था, वो हमारे साथ सीख रहे थे. और पता क्या चला कि बहुत ज्यादा आगे चले गए, लेकिन जब हमको रॉ मटेरियल जहां आना था और हमने बोला कि मशीन लर्निंग होगी, तो मैंने बोला यार ये आदमी से बात नहीं कर रहा, मशीन को बात करवाने की बात कर रहे हो यार. क्यों? क्योंकि आपस की कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छे नहीं थे लोगों के. और कोऑर्डिनेशन मींस हर बंदे ने अगर प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेट किया होता, तो बाद में उनका प्रिंसिपल कंसल्टेंट आया, उसने बताया आपका यार ये जो पूरा मैपिंग है, आपका जो सप्लाई चेन का मैपिंग है, इनवर्डिंग है, इसके लोकेशन ही ठीक से कोड नहीं किया आपने, तो बार बार जाके आगे कहीं तो भी एक बग आता था, एंड द मशीन यूज्ड टू स्टॉप. फिर उसको बाईपास करके मशीन चलाना वगैरह वगैरह. आई एम नॉट श्योर वेदर. फिर उन्होंने को पता चला कि ये करने के लिए IT वाला बंदा काम का नहीं है. देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज अ डिजिटल ऑफिसर that requires a different competency altogether to run a digital factory today. So so as I'm saying, every day we learn a new thing. So in fact, just last week I have googled that word, what is moonlighting. When I read that, then I understood, then I read all those articles, because you never know. I used to think moonwalk or Michael Jackson wala moonwalk mujhe pata tha, but moonlighting was a new term. So I discovered that actually very recently.
That was the last question for the day, sir. Thank you, sir, for answering all the questions.
Thank you.
To show our appreciation, so 1 second. Okay. I would like to invite Dr. Vandana Sonavne to present our esteemed keynote, Dr. Amjad Khan, with a memento. We would also like to share some goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South, Safe Express, and City Goodies. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We would now be proceeding with the second keynote address of the day.
Hello. Moving forward to the next chapter of our HR Summit, I would like to introduce our second keynote speaker, Mr. Anil Santhapuri, Director of Skill Solutions at FIS. Post-engineering, he completed his MBA in marketing from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. As a certified ICF coach, Mr. Santhapuri completed his executive education program in strategic thinking and organizational leadership at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. He is a value-based and results-oriented talent professional with over 20 years of work experience in talent management, leadership, and leadership development. His career span includes working with organizations like FIS, Western Union, HCL Technologies, and many more. He believes in authentically connecting with people and inspiring mutual excellence by embodying trust, wisdom, influence, and humor. Being a 4-time Brandon Hall Gold winner, he has been recognized as a TAPI Young HR Leader in India for 2021. To dive in further, we would now like to invite Mr. Santhapuri to share his valuable thoughts with us on the topic of employee value propositions in a hybrid world. The keynote address will run for 25 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A round. The stage is all yours, sir. Over to you. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So there are a lot of introduction about me, some studies I did and my accomplishments, but I should start with a confession. I come from a generation where I became an engineer first, and I heard that most of you in this room are also engineers, then figured out what to do with my life. So I'm an engineer turned HR professional. So let me start from there. So since the topic says reimagining, we'll go to the rest of it later. Let's start with a small activity. Are you all ready for it? So what's the year today? Which year are we in? 2022. So all of you close your eyes for 5 seconds and imagine we are in year 2050. Please close your eyes. We are in year 2020 and you're sitting in the same tables like this today, and across the table are your grandchildren or children or nieces or nephews or whatever, people of that generation. And open your eyes. And then, so imagine you having a conversation with somebody from 2050, living through 2020s. What are some things they might be surprised about 2020s? You know, if you spoke about your life out, how you lived in 2020, what are some things they might be surprised about us, the way we are living today? Any thoughts? Sorry? Wearing a mask? That's one. What else? What else would be the generation of 2050 be surprised with? Sorry? Owning a car. Why would you own a car when there's something called fleet management? Paper currency. Why would you pay? You talk about ESG and everything, and you use paper currency. You chop trees for this. What else? Mobile phones. Were you carrying mobile phones with you? Can't you communicate without that? What else? Imagine this conversation. Probably my grandchild would have with me saying, "Grandfather, you and people of your generation were so foolish 30 years ago that all of you at the clock of the hour at 9 a.m. would go onto the streets and block the streets for 2 hours and spend 4 hours a day in traffic jam. Isn't that foolish?" Yes? It sounds foolish, right? And we have lived through it. We were doing that 2 years ago or 3 years ago. There's still traffic jam there, right? So anything else? Let's hear one more surprising conversation. What the next generation might be surprised with us. One more, I would like to hear something else. Why are we even coming together? So my grandchild would say, "Hey grandfather, On August 26, 2022, you woke up at 3 a.m. in the morning to leave your house in Bangalore to attend a 3 p.m. conference in Nashik. You spent 12 hours on the road. Couldn't you guys come in, join in a metaverse and have a conversation like how I do now? So many things, right? So keep that at the back of your mind. We're talking about reimagining, so we need to start imagine. Keep that at the back of the mind. So I was told I need to point. So I will narrate a story. So March 30, we all had so many stories in the last couple of years, right? So I'll start with this story. March 13, 2020, 10:30 a.m. Something weird happened in my career which never happened before. I walked with a laptop into the room of the president of our organization. And this was a request I said, we planned 52 training programs in the next 3 months. With your request, we're going to cancel all of them because of this thing called COVID. And a couple of weeks after, we all started working from home. And even today, the organizations I work for, we're still working from home. It's been 2.5, 3 years. So a big shift, and things changed completely after that. So it's a story which stays with me. And it was very interesting to hear from our other speakers today about the stories about 180 degrees turn, interview with the executive director and they don't turn up and you have to give more time, right? So here are some snapshots from newspapers. What do you think is YOLO? Welcome to YOLO economy, YOLO. You might have heard of FOMO, FOMO. What is FOMO? Fear of missing out. We were called a generation of FOMO. And what happened after pandemic? We became a generation of YOLO. What is YOLO? You only live once. Therefore, I don't mind making the executive director wait because I only live once. I want to do what I believe is important for me, right? And so many things are happening. The talent tsunami, the talent war, the great reset, the great button, so many things people are saying, right? And we have been living through it. I think essentially it's a culmination of various things. I'm calling it winds of change, but 3 things. The 4th industrial revolution, we all know because we're already talking about 5.0 here, and digital transformation. And the earlier speaker spoke a lot about how manufacturing is changing. So imagine if manufacturing is changing, all other industries, because typically IT would change first, adopt technology, then banking would change, and typically manufacturing and pharma, the industries which adopt later. Again, that shifted over the last couple of years. Pharma accelerated like 20 years in 2 years, right? And pandemic changed. So all of these things came together and world is no longer the same the way it was 2 years ago. I'm sure some of you have seen this chart, but it's an important one. We've been talking a lot about AI, ML and technology, right? So this is an interesting graph. It's from the book by Thomas Friedman. So it talks about how technology is advancing at a rate and human adaptability is advancing at a lesser slope. So what's interesting is as a civilization, we're at a stage where we need to catch up with machines. And yes, I strongly believe we need another 50 years for recruitment to be taken over machines, but slowly they're kind of taking over everything, right? So we are at an interesting phase where we need to master ourselves and also master machines, or else, it's a very interesting inflection point in the whole industry. So with that background, I think the future is already here. And we spoke about 2050 conversation with your grandchild or child, but kind of bringing it to the sphere of work. I think looking forward into future of work, which is already happening here, there are 4 spheres. The nature of work itself is changing. And again, the earlier speaker spoke a lot about how manufacturing industry is shifting. Keep that in mind. So the nature of work itself is changing. The attitude and priorities of workers, employees are shifting. And we heard so many stories. I'll share a few more. The definition of workplace has changed. So a couple of months back, I sat down with my colleagues and we were relooking at policy documents, HR policy documents in our organization. The first flaw we found was there was this word called workplace in so many places in the policy. It didn't even make sense because people are actually working from home. There's no workplace, right? There's no office, And then ecosystem. Like what we're doing here is industry and academia participation, and all the presentations we saw where everywhere you're doing a B2B partnership is a great example of ecosystem. How do we partner with startups, academia, industry, and also the whole gig thing, which is a big wave, which is already hitting us already. So these are the four spheres, and this is a small approach note I've put together about how this is changing the whole nature of work for all of us, and we're not going to look back. There's an interesting research done by World Economic Forum. It's already an year or two old. What they did was, they said jobs of the future report 2020. So they said, for somebody to be successful in the future, what skills people would need. We have been talking about skills, right? And again, in the earlier presentation, we saw even in manufacturing sector, there lack of skills. So we need to build skills. So look at this list and tell me what's the surprising bit about this list. We've been talking a lot about technology, AI, ML, but look at this list of top 15 skills of the future. In how many places is technology represented? It doesn't mean technology is not important, but we need to remember the curve I showed. We need to master our technology. So what's very interesting is, other than 3 of these 15 skills, they don't have anything to do with technology. It actually has a lot to do with how we think critically, how we can learn from our own mistakes, how we can actually innovate, how can we solve complex problems. And those are the skills we need as we start working with machines together. Because machines will do the basic work, but who's going to help build those algorithms or align those things? So as you're going through your 2-year course, think if you're actually honing and building these skills, because this is what's going to help you have a successful career, not just next year after, but for next couple of decades. For me, the most important one is the second one, active learning. I call it growth mindset, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Any reflection on this slide, anyone? And even there's something called systems service orientation. What does this mean? Customer service, right? We talk about being customer centric. That's not going away. We can't delegate that piece of work to a computer. We need to do it. And resilience, number 9. And that's one of the things pandemic taught us, is to how to deal with stress. When things change so rapidly, how do we take care of ourselves first? And then please keep that mind, the word care in your mind, because I'm going to talk about that later. And build resilience, the ability to keep bouncing back from failures, changes, stress. Let me move forward. So with all this nuggets of perspectives I've given, coming to the topic of reimagining employee value proposition. So we need to reimagine the value we would like to give to employee. But the definition of employee itself is changing. Remember, we saw work, worker, workplace, and ecosystem. And a future potential employee wants to do gigs. They don't want to work for one company. They want to moonlight. They want to try so many things. So how do we still, as organizations, as HR professionals, attract people, retain them, grow them? That's the problem. And I don't think there's a solution anywhere, but there's some signals of what can be a potential solution. So this is what I believe is one way to deal with the whole problem. And it's nothing original, but what I've done is I've assimilated some thoughts I've seen from various leaders and put it together and kind of made it my own in a way. So I want all of you to imagine a coin. Can you all imagine a coin? How many sides does a coin have? This is the most important bit of my session. How many sides does a coin have? 2 sides, right? So entire EVP can be defined with the analogy of a coin, the 2 sides of a coin. The first side of a coin is skill as a currency. For all the employees, we need to keep constantly skilling them, developing them. The other side of the coin is care as a currency. As we're developing you, we care for you. We care for you as a person, not just as a professional. And I will quickly show the analogy of how that turns out. So the first side of the coin, as the philosophy is, and I borrowed, I'm representing IT organizations, so I have the bias there. So I picked the term, in IT, they use this term, right? Full stack developer. So I borrowed the term and I'm calling it full stack professional. I didn't make it up, somebody else did. I took their permission to use the term. So as an organization, if we can commit to develop full stack professionals, then skill as a currency is valid. And what would it mean? We're not just training them on domain, not just training them on technology, we're training them on behaviors, leadership, and there's something called meta skills. If you see there, meta skills are 10 out of those 15 skills we saw in the World Economic Forum report. Ability to think, ability to learn from failure, service orientation. Leadership is a meta skill. When you don't have answers, you stand up and say, I'll figure out how to do it. That's leadership. Leadership is also a meta skill. So it's not just training them on the domain or technology, but all the 4 aspects, and also the domain, right? The business and domain. So first side of the coin, skill as a currency. If that's what organizations can offer, there's a chance that we can retain people. But that's not enough. Pandemic has taught us that people want to be treated as people first, not professionals. Therefore, the second shift is to engage them as a whole person, which means if you believe and love photography as a hobby, we're going to put that up out there. If you want to do research, we'll help you do that out there. If you want to work in a CSR committee, we'll give that for you. So engage me as a whole person. It's called whole person paradigm from Stephen Covey. And it has 4 aspects. And taking a first person perspective, saying, can you engage my mind? Can you give me work which is intellectually stimulating, where I can engage my strengths? You know, we need to start thinking as HR and leaders how to do that. Secondly, provide me psychological safety. And this is very important from hybrid work. Whether I'm working from home or working from office or shuffling between those two, I should feel psychologically safe. Just because my boss doesn't see me doesn't mean I'm not doing my work. So ensure that I feel psychologically safe. The whole thing around, mental health and well-being is all covered here. That's very important because we're treating them as whole persons. Then engage my heart. And again, the earlier speaker spoke about meaningful conversations, purposeful organizations. People don't just work for organizations for money. Money is important, but they need to be purpose. And I'll share an example where I was talking to a TA leader from a startup, and we're talking about attracting talent, right? And I don't know how to beat that. So this TA leader said, this is how we sell young people to come and join our organization. She told me, we tell them, if you come and work for us, you'll not just make money, you'll not just learn technology, we'll teach you how to become a startup founder yourself. In a couple of years, come and work for a startup, then you become a startup founder yourself. Now imagine any other top IT companies, can we beat that pitch? What are they doing? They're actually engaging my spirit, my purpose, my heart. And we need to start doing that if we have to retain our talent and also attract talent. So engage my mind, engage my heart, engage my body, engage my spirit. And that's when you have care as a currency. And Satya Nadella, actually, if you Google up, he is a big proponent of this. He uses this term, care as a currency. I borrowed it from him. But what I've done is I've made a coin, 2 sides. So skill as a currency and care as a currency, I believe, is the fundamental philosophy on which we need to reimagine EVP. I don't know how it will look like, but I do know that these are the 2 foundations on which we need to start reimagining. So let me quickly move forward. I know part of the topic was also hybrid, hybrid work. And again, I'm representing IT organizations, so I have my own bias. For last 3 years, almost 3 years, I've been working from home. In my earlier organization, I have a team of 12 people. In last 2 years, all the 12 people changed. I hired 12 new people and never met any one person in person. And still the function ran well. And in my current role for last 6 months, I'm part of a global team leading a global project with 40 people in 5 different countries. And we never met anyone in person. So it still works. But some thoughts of, it works in certain contexts. But some thoughts about how to think about hybrid. Remember these 4 words: home, roam, club, and hub. Home we understand, right? I work from home. What does roam mean? My role demands me to, I'm a salesperson, I need to go around. I'm a field staff. So either I can work, my job allows me to work completely from home, and my job allows me to roam. What is club? Again, taking example of the photography club here or the CSR, based on my hobby and interest, I'll come to the campus, come to office to align to my interests. So I'll not come every day, I'll come to participate in a group. The group might be related to work, could be related to hobby I have. And hub, there's some roles who need to come to some common place every day or almost every day. So that's hub. So depending on the nature of the role and philosophy of the organization, hybrid shuffles between these 4. And I personally believe irrespective of where people are, the pattern they adopt, again, skill as a currency and care as a currency is a foundational piece on which we can engage. There's another important piece which I'll cover in next couple of minutes, which is this. And I'm not going to read the whole slide, but I was very happy to see one of the stalls up there where you guys are like Lean Six Sigma certified, right? Bunch of you. And by end of the year, you'll be black belt certified. I put in a lot of many hours earlier in my career to at least get to a green belt. I never crossed beyond that. So quick question for all those lean experts. What are the 4 values of House of Lean? When you talk about House of Lean, it talks about the 4 pillars. Can anyone answer what are those values written on there? Because lean is a method, right? But what are some values there? At least one of those values? Anyone? All the lean practitioners. The first one says respect for people and relationships or individuals. So the entire process of lean or agile or scrum, whatever we call it, it depends on respecting the individuals. Goes back to the whole person paradigm I spoke about. There are also other values like innovation and other pieces, but the whole point of premise being, taking my own example as a practitioner, last 3 years, working remotely, this is what I've applied. I've borrowed, and sometimes it's a shame that in IT industry, we have been doing agile product development for decades, and it's been improving over last many years. But the same industry does not apply the same principles to work in a hybrid way. They work perfectly well. And I've done it myself. Very simple. So I'll not go into details, but there's something called sprint planning meeting. So every 3 months, the whole team comes together face to face or virtually and plans their goals for next 3 months. And then they create the sprints of every 2 weeks. And the smaller teams do the sprint reviews, do the working and do daily stand-ups. And works really well. Then you come together and do a retrospective, learn from your mistakes, growth mindset, and repeat the whole cycle every 3 months. Works perfectly well. You need to, it's built on values, right? It's not about using technology, using a Miro board or anything, but it's about respect for the individuals, and we need to adjust and go along the way. Therefore, all the leadership values the earlier speaker mentioned come in handy. But I believe agile, apart from skill as a currency and care as a currency, if you adopt agile as a methodology, you can actually make hybrid work. And it's not 100% perfect, but I'm a living example that I still have a job. I still believe I do a good work. So it works, and I need to learn more. So I strongly believe and I take pride in being an agile enthusiast. I'm not an expert, I'm learning. And I'm proud of it because there's so much to learn. Now coming to applying actual agile principles to HR, because we need to solve the whole problem, right? And again, this best practice is borrowed from scaled agile, which is an industry process. So 6 things here, again, from a future perspective, if you truly want to reimagine EVP, what can we do as HR professionals to solve the current problem we are seeing? Beginning with hire for attitude and culture fit. Full marks to the sir who spoke before. He spoke about it brilliantly well, because only thing I would like to add is hire for both attitude and learning agility. Do they have the ability to learn along the way? And it's possible. There are assessments I've personally used, again, for IT workforce, graduates coming out of college. We give them an assessment on Java and a couple of cognitive questions, but the system throws another score called fluid intelligence. How faster did they respond to the questions? How many of them attempted the questions more than once? And they use this algorithm to give something called a fluid intelligence, which means there might be 2 students who get the same score in the assessment, let's say 60 out of 75, but first student did it faster with less mistakes. The second student took more time and committed more mistakes and did a lot of rework. Who would you say has better learning agility? Could be both cases, but the first person generally tends to be more faster in learning. So if tomorrow I have a project with a lot of unknowns, which of these 2 persons I would deploy in the project? The person who completed it faster, or the person who took a lot of time and did a lot of mistakes? In this case, the first person, right? So, but they got the same scores. So there are ways to figure out learning agility in assessment itself, even before you select people. Then embrace the new talent contract. And this is a whole, we can come back and meet here later and talk for 2 days only for this. People only want to work 4 days a week. People want to do gig moonlighting. People want to work from home. There are people like me, living proof that it works. So my workplace is like 2 kilometers away from my home, but I prefer working from my home. And there was an article recently which says it's called white collar lethargy. And I take a little bit of offense at it. Yeah, because I want to be treated as a whole person first. I want to spend more time with my kids, more meaningful time, which I never done in last 10 years. So foster continuous engagement. How? Start with the foundations of skill as a currency, care as a currency, then using coaching as a method. They'll say, only if you really care about their skills and care about them as a person, then the Dil Se conversation happen. Or it's another initiative given by HR and you're asked to do 2 Dil Se conversations every quarter, right? So it doesn't work. Then move to iterative performance flow, apply agile. It takes care. The many companies who have moved to quarterly goal setting, biannual, quarterly, that's a living proof. And the great resignation has proven this fact, right? Take the issue of money off the table. The system is kind of self-correcting itself. And, so therefore, employee value proposition, all factors are important, but money is also important. So we need to ensure if you want to build the right culture, first pay people well, then the other factors come in, or else they're never going to come into the door, or if they're inside, they're never going to stay with you. And finally, support their learning, goes back to skill as a currency. So these are founding principles of agile HR practices, a long way to go. I'm learning, picking it along the way. And behind each of this, you can implement processes, you can implement technology, you can implement systems. And that's where AI, ML, and everything comes in. But the intent needs to start from here, and we need to start learning. And we need to solve the problem. We haven't solved it yet. So we spoke about a lot of things, right? The whole universe of things, but I don't want to miss the fact that we need to start the journey with ourselves. So this is how I constantly remind myself, and I would like to, in the same breath, remind all of you, where do we start? Start by building your meta skills. It's great that you're learning your curriculum about operations management, but are you improving your critical thinking? Are you improving your growth mindset? Are you improving your leadership skills? Question yourself. Every quarter, pick one meta skill and try to improve it. In my case, I've been learning agile, and I believe that's a meta skill. Then get curious. The one simple way to start is get curious. And what's the best way to define if somebody is curious? You speak less, you listen more. 80-20 principle, right? And when we coach people, I'm also a practicing coach. Sometimes when people tend to talk, I give them a simple tip. It's called wait, the English word wait, W-A-I-T. We ask them to write it on a piece of paper and keep it next to the system or desk. What does it mean? It's a good reminder. I keep it sometimes on my laptop. It means, why am I talking? And in fact, one of the organizations I worked for after pandemic ran a series of sessions called listening sessions, where 2 leaders, one male leader, one female leader, would actually bring series of employees like this, have just one slide, how are you doing? And open up the conversation and just listen and make notes. And it was done right from the founder to all leaders. It was not handed over to HR or facilitators or external vendors. Leaders need to start listening and ask yourself, why am I talking? And finally, there's so much changing in the world. And when you heard my profile, I said, right, so educated as an engineer, wasted government's money because it was a government seat, and then worked in IT for 5-6 years, did a programming, coding, and then I'm an alumni with Symbiosis parent organization, but did marketing management. And now what am I doing? I'm a HR. So this is signs of times, probably a sign of me too, but there's a research which says the millennials and the next generations will actually have 6 or 7 career shifts, not job shifts, career shifts. I take my own example. Engineer by education, moved to IT, learned marketing, was an entrepreneur for a year, failed miserably. A story for another day, but I called 6 of my friends to Pizza Hut, brought them a pizza and sold an idea, and they all came to me and worked for me for 1 year, and we failed miserably. So being an entrepreneur, Then now I'm a HR leader. So I had at least 4 shifts in my career. And for most people in the room, I'm a generation before you. So imagine what all career shifts you might have. So know your North Star. That's very important. Start with what are your values? What do you stand for? What are your boundaries which you'll never cross? Learning is such a big value for me. So when I got a call saying, hey, can you be in this conference in Nashik? I didn't mind waking up at 3 a.m. and being here by 3 p.m. And I flew from Bangalore to Hyderabad to Shirdi, and took a 2-hour drive. And I really enjoyed it. And thank God it was a Friday, sir. So know your North Star, know your values, know your strengths, and finally, articulate your purpose. Because that's when the organization, you will find the right organizations to work for, and they will find you. So I'll not go into too much details, but this whole concept of growth mindset, there's a beautiful research and book done by Dr. Carol Dweck. If you haven't read it, go to YouTube. You'll find a short 5-10 minutes video, and this infographic, you Google up, it says it all. So the whole idea is, if let's say, let me put it this way, you're attending an interview for a job. Could be even me, I'm attending an interview. One of the questions I always ask when I'm interviewing people is, tell me about your biggest failure. And people struggle. I also used to struggle because, hey, if I talk about my failure, then they'll not select me, right? But we all fail. We fail every day, and that's how we learn, right? How did we learn how to ride a bicycle? Is there anyone here in this room, probably one person, who learned how to ride a bicycle without falling down? Anyone? See, we always have geniuses, right? One in a room. I said there'll always be one. But 99 of us there, we fell down and we took pride in it, right? Your brother, father, mother, or cousin was running behind you and you fell down, you hurt your knee, still you picked up, you learned, and you took pride in it. What happened to it once you became a professional? We tried to hide it. So growth mindset is all about growing through your successes and most importantly, growing through your failures. That's very important. And generally when I ask this question in interviews, people say, very early in my career, I created a wrong Excel sheet. Very early in my career, I went late to office. I don't select them because they're actually not telling their real failures. So keep that in mind. And how to get curious, there's a beautiful free assessment online. Go to this site called Global Curiosity Institute to get your own curiosity score. It's important to assess, right? Again, they have a story there. So a couple of years back, we're running this change management initiative in the organization I was working. So I also took a change assessment. And to my utter surprise, my change scores were less. I was shocked. I'm running this initiative for the whole company, but my own personal scores of change were less. And I put conscious effort for next 5-6 years to consciously make a shift. I still struggle with change now, but I'm better because I picked up the skill. So you need to know how curious you are. There's this free assessment. And in a simple way to describe this is, how curious are you about yourself? How curious are you about the world around you? And how curious are you about people? And that defines curiosity. And that's going to help you identify your North Star and connect with people and stay relevant in the world, because the world is changing so much. If our locus of control is outside us, you're always going to be spinning on a spinning wheel. If it's inside you, then you choose what's right for you. So therefore, I'll wrap it up by one of my favorite quotes, because we're talking about reimagining future. Is this favorite quote: the best way to predict the future is to create it, and you create it by trying, learning, failing, trying, imagining, reimagining. So the way I would like to wrap up is, remember the story I mentioned in the beginning, 2020, 2050, and what your grandchild or son or daughter would say. So those are all signals. And for a minute, there are many engineers in the room. What's the difference between two words, noise and signal? What's the difference between noise and signal? So there's this 2 fans going in the hall, and apparently they're generating noise, right? And I'm speaking through the mic. Hopefully you're not treating it as a noise. So what's the difference between noise and a signal? The difference is you. You decide what is noise, what is signal. The system decides what is noise and signal. So the world is always sending signals of how it is changing. We all knew traffic was bad. We all knew going to office and working 12 hours, working over weekends probably was not good, but the pandemic had to teach it to us. We don't need a next disaster for us to realize what's good or important for us. So the first big takeaway I want all of you to remember is keep spotting for signals. Signals initially are very weak. Signals are a sign of the future. And when the director ma'am in the beginning said, our prime minister spoke about supply chain now, but we started in 2005. You picked the weak signal even before everybody else, and therefore you build this institution. So learn to pick signals. That's when you can assess where future is going. Future can always be figured out. If not 100%, at least you know the direction. First key takeaway. Second, from a employee value proposition, two sides of a coin. Skill as a currency, care as a currency. Start with yourself. What skills I need? What meta skills I need? How do I take self-care? How do I start with self-care, then about care for others? And finally, what's the last takeaway? I'll leave it to you to decide what's the important takeaway for you. So thank you. And if we have time, I'll take a few questions. Do we have time for questions?
Yes, sure. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We would be moving ahead for the Q&A round. I requested delegates to please raise their hands to ask their questions.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Sir, first of all, I would like to really thank you for talking about one concept which is great.
Is that a questionable thank you?
No, no.
Sorry,
I would like to inculcate that.
Yes, sure.
And second thing, you talked about how to engage people with 4 parameters: spirit, mind, heart, and body. So my question as an operations management student is, how can HR professionals help operations guys to actually design workplace or maybe surroundings of a company in such a way that all
Amazing question. Amazing question. The simple answer is, the first step of the answer is design thinking. Later you can figure out. So start with design thinking. And there's an interesting story, right? So we all know cars have airbags. All the cars have airbags, right? But do you know in most of the accidents, women die more than men when car accidents happen? Do you know why? Because men are taller than women. So airbags in cars were built because most prominent driver in a car was a male. So they did not apply design thinking to say who are all the passengers, children, men and women. So start with design thinking, and that's the first step. It will take you to how to design environments, processes, procedures, practices to engage the 4 sides of body, mind, spirit. So that's the first step. Others, I'm sure you're smart enough to figure out. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So due to shortage of time, we'll be moving forward.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights and answering all the questions. To show our appreciation, we would like to invite Dr. Ratna Paluri to present our STEAM keynote with a memento. We would also like to share some goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South, Safe Express, and City Goodies. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We will now have a short 10-minute break for high tea. The tea will be served on the table. Our HR Summit team is available in and around the campus. Please reach out to them in case of any assistance. We would also like to mention that the Students Club and various committees of SIOM have set up displays to showcase their amazing work on the first floor. Please do pay them a visit when you can. Your feedback would be appreciated. We will be meeting up by 5:15 p.m. Thank you.
And technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence, be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses. Operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit Tatwa, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result area which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM, not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence. Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence, be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses. Operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit Tatwa, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result area.
Good evening. We request the speakers, delegates, and students and faculty of SIOM to have seats. We'll be beginning in 5 minutes.
And academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM, not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
Good evening. We request the speakers, delegates, students, and faculty of SIOM to please be seated. We'll be starting soon.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly
Good
effective
evening.
and
We request the
synchronized
speakers,
operating
delegates,
model,
students, and
supporting
faculty of
operations
SIOM to please
excellence.
be seated. We'll be starting very
Managing
soon.
supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses. Operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit Tatwa, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result areas which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM, not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
Good evening, everybody. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. Please be seated. Starting. Yeah. Welcome back, one and all. Firstly, a big thank you to Ankesh and Niyati for hosting the first half of the day. I'm Sarvajit.
And I'm Shorita.
And we will be your hosts for the rest of the evening.
We would like to take out some time to thank our sponsors without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. So here it goes. MacV, our official eyewear partner. Campus Times Pune, our official youth partner. Budhani Bros, our official snacking partner. Startup Talkie, our official outreach partner. ED Times, our official blog partner. DU Beat, our official media partner. Safe Express, our official supply chain partner. Iskia, our official global knowledge partner. Radio Vishwas, our official radio partner. Super Smelly, our official gifting partner. Nova Fest and Unstop, our official event listing partners. City Goodies, our official gift hamper partner. Absolute Barbecue, our official food partner. Audi Mumbai South, our official automobile partner. Thank you to all our wonderful sponsors. We would now like to begin with the panel discussion of the day.
Introducing our first panelist. First, we have Mr. Sumit Bhatia, HR leader in global service delivery for Marsh McLennan. Mr. Bhatia comes with over 23 years of experience across multiple industry giants, namely Birlasoft, Royal Bank of Scotland, Accenture, SE2 India, and Marsh McLennan. He uses his rich experience to maximize people's potential and strategically align human resource initiatives with business goals and strategies. Mr. Bhatia has successfully built organizations, HR functions, and teams from the ground up. Welcome, sir.
Next, we have Mr. Vikash Maheshwari, Chief Human Resource Officer at Bicon Biologics. Mr. Maheshwari has over experience of 24 years in human capital management from illustrious organizations, namely Yebi.com, Landmark Group, Alphatem, Frog Ideas, and Bicon Biologics. He specializes talent strategy and planning, talent acquisition, employee branding, leadership development, and much more. So happy to have you on board, sir.
Finally, we have Mr. Mika Venkatachalapati, Senior Director and Head of Talent Management at VUCA Consulting. Mr. Chalapati is a veteran in the HR talent space, bringing experience from companies such as IBM, Standard Chartered, Accenture, along with carrying exceptional HR experience in the public sector with Indian Petrochemicals Corporations Limited. Glad to have you on board, sir.
The panel will be moderated by Dr. Yashomandira Kherde, Assistant Professor and Head of Corporate Relations at Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik. Dr. Kherde brings over a decade of rich experience in the higher education industry and has been instrumental in shaping the careers of many SIOM students. The panel discussions will last for 35 minutes and will be on the topic of collaboration by design, repurposing organizational culture and growth. It will be followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. Over to you, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you and good evening all. Before we start with panel discussions, we had discussed up to make it something very different and exciting. When academics and industry practitioners meet, it's something very different. So on the screen, you will find 3 questions coming up and you just have to do simple. You just have to go on Mentimeter and just put up your thoughts coming up immediately after seeing the question. So can we have the first question, please? It will come here. So the first question for all the audiences, I define organization culture as. So you just have to go to Mentimeter and the code is there below. Please visit the Mentimeter site and put up the code. Yes, so the code is 41283869. Please visit Mentimeter website. Just put that code, you have the question on the screen. So the question is, I define organization culture as. Can we have the question coming here? It's
I
not
think the
here.
best answers get a prize, right?
Yes. Code is 41283869. Can we see on the screen the responses? We're not able to see the responses out here. Okay. So collaborative is coming up very strongly. Okay. Just get up so I can just help out. So collaboration is the word coming up strongly with collaboration. People create. Can we have the second question, please? So the second question to the audience is, in today's high competitive environment, which tools helps us for developing and sustaining high performance? So collaboration, collaborative and people has strongly come out where the audience define organizational culture as. So for the second question, the code is 17169851. 17169851. Please visit up and just answer that question in one word. Code is 17169851. Can we have the answers, please? Code is open up. Okay. And the third question which moves us is, which characteristics or beliefs motivate you to work? So agility and lean is something which is coming up very stronger. So agility is the word which is coming very stronger to question number 2. That is, in today's high competitive environment, which tools helps for developing and sustaining high performance? Fine. Agility and resilience. Okay, question 3, which characteristics or belief motivates you to work selflessly? So the code is 5558594. I think we have made the audience really move to their mobiles and vote. Which characteristics or belief motivates you to work selflessly? The code is 5558594. Visit up the site again, you'll find this question coming up the moment you press this code. Great. Can we have the answers for this? So purpose, money, passion. So I think we have done your work. Passion and purpose comes in. Great. Money. Thank you so much. So we just wanted to trigger the audience to think, and that's what is our topic for panel. That is, what is the repurpose of defining organizational culture? So I think culture and employee engagement is something which is not separable. But I think it is yet not only the way to identify the organizations really performing well. So I think we would like to discuss about what actually culture separates organization to work beyond just perks and benefits. I think that should be the first question which I would like the panelists to answer. Culture separating high-performing organizations from the rest, and not just beyond perks and benefits. So what is that different is your organization doing today? So we'll start with Bobby and then Vikas and then Sumit to answer. One one word or so, and then we start with the questions.
Question was, what does your organization do today to harness culture?
Yes.
All right. You made it really tough asking to try and describe it in one word. I think it's the opportunity.
Yes.
To do it right the first time. And second is, how do you come together when, one, when there's an opportunity, second is when there's a crisis, how do you really come together to enable your own team? Before I start, actually, I've already done. I actually want to add a comment. The first two questions, actually the three questions are very cliche, if I may say, right? We're talking about an age where we're talking about data, machines, right? And yet the questions are talking about people, dependency on people, right? There's a dichotomy, and the dichotomy is again something that we have it for our own reasons. Right? It's ultimately people who want to drive it. So what is here to stay now and in the future is, no matter what you do as machines learning, people will be right on the top of that value chain. And where there are people, there are going to be opportunities, there are going to be disbeliefs, there are going to be all kinds of emotions that will come through. As each generation, as each crisis presents itself, it's about how you get all of that together and what really comes out as the strongest points in that opportunity.
Thank you, Bobby, for that. I think opportunity, but then yes, people on top. Yeah, over to you.
I don't really have a very easy answer for this, but I think I'll take a stab at saying that, to me, let's first understand culture, that what culture really means. I think culture is quite like the smell in the air. It's to say that when, let's say, you're in Calcutta in peak summers, what you want to do is basically just sleep, and then go to a beach in the Goa, in the winters. What you want to do is, well, we all know, we are very active. So what I'm trying to say is that this whole word culture is actually derived from a Latin word collar, which basically says to tend, to cultivate, and that's what we all do. And the first question, somebody did say that, as a response, as paradoxical.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think there's that kind of got lost or brushed under the carpet, but I think there's a lot of meaning there. Because in my view, in organizations, there's no unified culture anymore, right? There are cultures which the top believes that they have driven, and then there are cultures that are actually, kind of being moving in the teams. And therefore, I think it's important for an organization to say that, we are not going to be ever able to create a unified culture, but a unified value system. And these are two different things. So values could be what you drive from the top, but what you at the end of the day have as a culture could be different. So to the question, what we are trying to do is first try and understand that what are the kind of cultures that are currently in the organization to be able to even move the next step, that what we need to really do. And we can talk more about how do you assess cultures and so on.
Thank you so much, Vikas. Over to you, Sumit.
No, I think what Vikas mentioned, I would like to probably expand that a little bit more. And I absolutely agree. I think it's very difficult to say what's an organization culture. And if you look at the last 2 years, how the dynamics have changed, right? We now are working in a hybrid environment. Earlier, organizations would find it easy to say, let's bring everybody together. Let's discuss what are the core beliefs and values we have. We all talk about it together. That's the culture we'll follow. Today, somebody is sitting in a small town working for us. Somebody is working in a co-working space. Somebody is working from office. How do you define culture? It's very difficult. So I absolutely agree with what Vikas said, right? It's looking at what values you have. What are you going to bring in together as values? And then look at individually, what do you want to talk about culture? You always will have different beliefs, different things that you will come up with. How do you bring all that together as one organization? So to answer your question, what are we doing as an organization in Marsh McLennan? We're also trying to look at two things, I would say. We're trying to reimagine what would the world look like in next few years. And then we're trying to think through how can we be ready for that world. Right? So those two things is what is going to drive how we are going to work in future.
Yes. Thank you so much, Sumit. I think reimagining and thinking what is in store in future is the most difficult part, but it's the need of the hour now. Bobby, I would like to ask you a question. We just served up a recent report on Deloitte, which has given the content or the analysis as 78% of the organizations around the globe have found that decision-making hierarchy has gradually started loosening up. And the employees which are the front line people, they are being empowered more. They have been reskilled or skilled more to take decisions. Which was very different before COVID, 2020. So what gave the thrust to this transition? And what would be the implications in the long term, according to you, carrying up the work experience and currently you're working in VUCA. So what, according to you, is this thrust to this transition, and what would the implications happen in the long term?
Sure. Brilliant question. It's a great analysis and inference that Deloitte has come up with. Yeah, this is an function, an outcome of the pandemic. I think we've been witness to these kinds of changes whenever the industry has gone through some metamorphosis. Two reasons. One is the access to information that people have now, okay, is something that the previous generations never had. Okay? It's an opportunity for you to be able to read, get acquainted, and therefore become knowledgeable. And the moment you become knowledgeable, you would like to start practicing it. And the moment you start depriving them of that opportunity to be able to take those decisions based on that knowledge that they've acquired or gathered through experience, they will start feeling very let out. One is that. Second is you need to give the opportunity for people to be able to take decisions on the spot. Okay? Basis certain guidelines or guidances that are being provided by the organization or by the clients that you serve. The intent is that you mentioned the right word, empowerment. If you don't give them that opportunity to be able to take decisions or at least come up with options of what you should be doing, right? Again, they're going to be feeling left out. Right? And today it's a challenge. It's an age where they would like to test the waters. They'd like to really test what their thought process is. No doubt, whenever you take a decision, there's always going to be a flip side. So long as you're able to have those guidances on, the guardrails, that you can create of, for example, two things that, come to my mind is transparency. If you're able to have transparency in what you do, and bulk of the, folks don't question that decision making, I think you've arrived. Question of, certain variation in the way you approach it would be different. And that's obviously expected between person to person. But as long as you're very transparent in your intent and you're able to communicate that, it makes a lot of difference. And so second, of course, is the fact that you're able to give the opportunity for even a new joiner, a fresher from the campus, to be able to come up with certain decisions or at least come up with options of what you'd like to do. That's how you're going to be able to help them grow. You're able to really inculcate that habit of thinking in them. And the flip side, yes, there would be some decisions that are gone. All of us have learned, and like Anil mentioned, we all have learned cycling, after falling down. Forget cycling, we all have learned to walk after we fell down, as toddlers. Unless you give them that opportunity, nobody's going to learn out of their experience. That's what I'd like to ascribe.
Thank you. Yes, Vikas.
Yeah, so, something I kind of really agree to. I'll give you, there's one company I know of in the Middle East, for 100 dirham voucher, which office driver uses, to kind of clean the car. For that 100 dirham voucher to be approved in that organization, there was a 7-level DOA, 7-level approvals. Now, when you go back and ask them, hey, why do you have a 7-level DOA for something like, just approving a 100 dirham voucher? Well, it's always been like this. We never bothered. So I think something that can help companies and organizations across to delayer the whole delegation of authority is an exercise that Mercer kind of relates to very well. It's the whole job evaluation piece. So what you do is you basically first try and understand that at a unit or at a job level, what is the knowledge, impact, scope, decision making, etc., that is required. And once you've done that, only then you can really go ahead and break those hierarchies and all of that. Because you see, we somewhere have been plagued by this whole control, kind of a mentality where people at senior leadership levels want to be in control, and they think that if they sign off a simple thing like a voucher, coming back to that example, they think they're losing control. And that's where I think where you were referring to or alluding to, the transparency needs to be brought in. But I think the practice that kind of makes you do this is actually something very basic, a very traditional HR practice, which we call the job architecture or the job evaluation. Yeah.
Sumit, any thoughts on this?
No, I would like to also mention that you asked a question why this is changing now. I think it's changing now because of leaders becoming better. That's what it is happening now, right? So whether you look at transparency, whether you look at understanding, whether you look at clearing expectations, laying all that, that is happening now. It's the leaders who are changing, and that's where the whole process around creating more empowerment is happening.
Thank you so much. With
I wanted to add one more, what Sumit just mentioned. The era of leaders who were at the helm of affairs came from a different ideology, right? I think that has undergone a sea change. And you're actually having leaders now who probably are taking up those mantles, at their 30th year, as compared to someone who should do that, at 40th or 50th year. As you're learning and as, your risk-taking ability is higher, you're also. And one other, example that I want to give is there's an organization, there's an education institution in Salem. It's called KIOT, Knowledge Institute of Technology. This is an institution that has been started by 17 teachers. No political affiliation at all. Today, they are ranked amongst the top 7 technical institutes, technology institutes in Tamil Nadu. The entire seeding for that particular institution has been done only by the faculty members. Each of them has pumped in almost about 25 lakhs when they commenced, setting up this organization almost 15 years back. When I visited them for the first time back in 2015, the principal takes pride in the fact that when a staff or a teaching faculty travels out for something, right, they do not have any approval process. You come, you finish your trip, you come back, you submit the bill, it gets reimbursed, no questions asked. In fact, I just met them 3 days back. We invited them to our campus for another event. So I can't help but recollect that experience. It's amazing. And they've been able to run this education so successfully. The students are in the forefront now. People getting offers from the Amazons and the Googles. And that culture has actually permeated even the students now.
I would like to add one point here from the audience. Here. Just to add a couple of things, and I couldn't resist and ask for a mic. So what you just said about the approval of bills. So I had worked, see, when I used to change jobs, people used to tell me, आप बहुत कंपनियां बदलते हो. मैंने कहा उतनी नौकरियां मिलती भी है. खैर, उसका फायदा ये हुआ कि I have seen the extremities in policies. एक कंपनी में वो बंदा आपका वो बोलेगा पार्किंग का 25 रुपए का बिल नहीं दिख रहा है. And then there was a company called Eaton Corporation, जहाँ पे आपको एक अमेरिकन एक्सप्रेस कार्ड दे दिया है. एंड जब वो बिल सबमिट किया इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल के बाद, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ यार वो उसके लिए वैलिडेशन के लिए कब आएगा? नहीं बोले आपने जो एक्सपेंस सबमिट किया, इट इज नो क्वेश्चन आस्क्ड सबमिशन एंड इट इज बिलीव्ड दैट यू हैव डन इट फॉर ऑफिशियल यूज ओनली. एंड when they hand it over to you, they say it is expected that you will use it only for official purpose, and there is a zero tolerance for any misconduct there actually, so that is an organization. The other thing is control freaking में अगर आप देखेंगे being an HR again, लोगों को बड़ा मजा आता था लीव अप्रूव करने में एक्चुअली, और उसमें भी ज्यादा वो लीव कार्ड लेके बंदा केबिन के बाहर खड़ा रहे, जनरल मैनेजर के बाहर उसका शॉप फ्लोर इंचार्ज खड़ा होकर लीव कार्ड पे साइन ले रहा है. वो कल्चर से आई थिंक टुडे वी आर सीइंग, आई थिंक पीपल आर जस्ट इन्फॉर्मिंग, ऑफ कोर्स बेसिस टेकिंग केयर ऑफ द बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट्स. People are not asking that, telling that I am going on leave. So the difference between, I think, asking to telling is the change we are seeing now. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. Amjad, because there's a change and we can see that change even in academics, that from telling to, asking to telling that I'm on leave. I think that's also isn't the change in the leadership, and even the higher leaderships today are changing up. So thank you so much, Bobby, for giving that insight that yes, even in academic institute also can do that instead of processes and all. So Sumit, I would like to ask you one question, that there is a statement said by Peter Drucker, who is a father of management, who says that culture eats strategy in the morning during the breakfast. Yes. So how important it is, according to you, is to achieve the corporate goals through organizational culture? Because I think setting up goals is as different than culture, but we would like to have that insight, because theoretical aspect, we feel there are two different things, but we would like to know from an industry practitioner viewpoint, how it is important.
Sure, I think, so it's the first question that was asked is, what is culture, right? So we looked at what's the words that come to your mind when we're looking at culture. And one of the things that came out very strongly is collaboration, right? So I will tie that up to what you mentioned. And what we're looking at is defining what is culture. And we discussed that culture cannot be defined in certain ways, but at least it can be looked upon as a system of values that can work together. Now, what does that mean? Is that when you define that, you're defining how you will do work, right? So that's how we will do work. That's how we will come across as an organization. So the how aspect of it gets defined. And once you do that collaboratively, not top down, then your organization culture, as you call it, gets much more, so to say, forward, accepted by everyone, buy-in by everyone. It's a collaborative way of defining the culture. Now you have defined the how. The goals are what you want to do. So once you look at, I want to do this, I want to become so-and-so an organization, I want to achieve this year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line, the what aspect is defined, but how you will achieve is the culture that you will look into it. So you look at organizations like Tata, for example. Anybody that talks about Tata, if I ask this question, probably top 2 words that comes to your mind, one of them will definitely be integrity. When you just hear about Tata, right? You think about Tata, you think about integrity. Now, that's not something that they would be defining every day. That's something that's defined. That's how people in the organization do. And whatever goals they set, they would be doing it in an integrity way. So that's the importance of, what you want to do, but how you want to do is the amalgamation of culture and goals.
Beautiful summation of it. Because I would like to ask you a question, like your current employees are already fitting to your culture, and that's how you have hired them, okay? And they know business, right? So how can you better leverage their internal mobility strategy?
All right. Before I give you the answer to that, I think the assumption is that the current employees fit into the organization. And I think for the last few minutes and even in the earlier keynotes, what we've established is that that's something that we need to really check. Because what we believe is that, okay, you've got some people who've been in the system forever, but are they really fit for purpose? So one is that assumption may be incorrect. So you need to figure out, and then we've spoken about, this whole great reshuffle and all of that, where the last 2-3 years, there's so many people who have exited and the new guys have come in. And there is a huge challenge when you talk about, this whole internal mobility piece, because there is this, and I called it the battle between the new guard and the old guard. Okay. And I say that people who've been in the organization, they expect certain treatment, certain benefits just because of the longevity and the tenure in the organization. And there's this whole Gen Z phenomena and all of that who say, hey, listen, why do I have to wait for 2 years to get a promotion? If I'm achieving my milestones for something that I was supposed to deliver in 2 years, if I can do it in 2 months, where is my promotion? Now, in all of that, here comes this whole subject of internal talent mobility, where HR practitioners say, hey, listen, we need to promote people. But the problem is, I don't know which one. All right. And this is something that we face day in and day out. I think something that we've tried to do, and in this organization, I've just about joined, so it's recent, but in the previous one, we've kind of been successful, is that something that, Dr. Amjad also spoke about and Anil spoke about, is this establishing the whole skills layer. Okay, and you'll have to stay with me on this because this is something that everybody's been talking about. We need to understand this a little more. So the skills COE is not just a fad. It is not just done to, kind of increase productivity. I love when the disco lights go on. It's like, it's evening and about time to party. Okay, I'll kind of carry on. So the skills COE establishes a certain rules of engagement to say who are the guys who are going to get promoted. So if you move out of the tenure, then what is the next leverage or the next field that you have to look at? If it's going to not be tenure, then it's probably performance rating, or it's going to be your contribution to the organizations. I think organizations world over are now saying that, no, that's not enough. We also need to look at the skills. So if there is a millennial in a Gen Z's body and brings the same skills that a Gen Z brings, the HR head is not going to have 2 seconds of a thought to give a promotion or a mobility to that person. So that's on the mobility side, but then, the promotion side, but the mobility that also has a demand side to it. Okay, and traditionally HR heads have looked at, external talent as the only recourse to find innovation. And to say the reason why we want to hire people from outside is because they bring creativity, they bring fresh ideas, they bring new ideas. Again, that demand factor can be skewed further if you build a whole skill layer and develop your internal guys to be able to bring those new age skills that you would presume are available only in the market outside. And the third is that you achieve what you measure, right? So if you do not own up as an HR organization or an HR leader to say that, 50% of my hires this year, I'm going to just fulfill from internal folks. And that's the challenge that I take. Till the time you don't own up to that target and let it be an organic movement, it's never going to happen. And those are some of the things that I think a lot of HR leaders have picked up, and they're doing fairly well. On the tech side, and that's something very important, skills, when I say the skills layer, it's not just a piece of paper. There are products, tools, and technologies. I think I'll take the liberty of taking some names like Spot Mentors, EY Spot Mentor, if you've heard of it, or Entamo, or 8fall.ai. What they do is that they pick up the skills that exist in the organization in your job descriptions. Using a lot of AI and ML, then they take these skills outside to benchmark on a comparator basket that you would decide, saying that I'm pharma and I want to look at, let's say, Pfizer and so and so. And the role is, let's say, a product manager or an R&D scientist. Now, what is the world asking for? And then that benchmark comes back into your system. And I, as a user, let's suppose I'm a product manager. I want to see, hey, listen, how do I grow in this organization? I don't have to go to an HR or a manager or anybody else. I look at that system and I say, okay, these are the 3 skills that I need to do. Why? Because the system has also done something like a skill gap analysis on your current skills. Okay, so the tech answers a lot of this. And that's where, the organizations kind of need to move. Sorry, I've kind of...
Thank you so much. That was quite the reality and intense, and we could see that you were passionately answering it up. So Bobby, I would like to ask you, because you touched upon cost and processes and all, and so many approvals are. How one can build up a function that can easily scale up when needed without costing a fortune, and how you can actually give a candidate a very a beautiful experience once he joins the organization. So 2 questions to you.
Sure, great question again. I think this is going back to the earlier one, which is about what do you believe in as an organization, right? And what do you want to portray to your folks internally, and hence what do you want to portray even to people in the marketplace. The only way you can do that is by trying to showcase, what you have as an organization and why people should be looking at being part of your organization. And the Gen Z that we are referring to, they're very clear on what they want. Okay? They need gratification. They need that instantly. Like Vikas mentioned, if you're saying you have to wait for 2 years to get promoted, right? If I can deliver that in 3 months, he or she is not going to hold on. But at the same time, you'll have to also keep in mind that there is probably a 10%, 20%, 30% of talent who were there within the organization, who have been right from the time of the inception stage. How do you play the balance between these two? Right? So you need to figure out what really will motivate this set of people, right? Look at maybe cross-domain exposure, right? And then see how you could, give it to them in terms of, right? Now, for somebody who you want to get from the market, today, I think everybody is having a challenge in being able to attract talent, and it's coming at a huge cost. Partly because of the pandemic, everybody is trying. This will not stay for long, hopefully, and I'm earnestly hoping that it won't. But when it does and it dies down, right, you will still have people who will be very clear. Right? You'll find those external candidates who would come back and tell me what is different in your organization. I want to see that differentiator. Only then I would really want to make that informed decision of joining you. I'm seeing that becoming more common amongst the talent, and especially you're seeing that with the younger talent. They are not taking a decision to join an organization. Yes, money is important, flexibility is important, but they really want to see what is that unique thing that you have as an organization, that USP that you have, and they believe that the USP will tie back to your belief, your values, and the culture. If you're able to offer those, then yes, they would take the decision to be part of it. Even if they don't decide to join you, they would still go back saying, I like this organization because they have this unique, half your battle is done there. And for every one person that you hire, you probably are letting go of 6 guys, okay, in the selection process. If you're able to convince them, that this is what I have, right, as a culture, this is what I have to offer, you're actually able to create a much larger talent base in the marketplace.
Thank you so much, Bobby, for this. I think organizations are now moving towards developing their culture in the mindset of the aspirants who would like to, probably they'll join or they won't join up. Next question to you, Sumit. What are the key points that are changed, which you have seen in recent times in reference to employee engagement?
I think the definition of employee engagement itself has changed, right? You don't, if as an organization, you're still measuring employee engagement once in a year, you need to start thinking if that's enough. It's required, but is it the only measure that you want to do? You do once in a year survey, if you do, but if you do once in a year survey, the next year you have, assuming you have, let's say 20% growth. So 20% people have joined new who were not there last year. Let's say in the current scenario, you have 20% attrition. So 20% people who gave the survey is not there. And let's assume only 80% responded, right? So you have that churn. When you're doing that comparator next year, you're not comparing with the same set of people who have done the engagement survey. So that aspect needs to change. If you're doing it annually, you need to redo the pulse checks every few months, just to ensure that you're validating, constantly looking at getting feedback from people. Are we on the right track or no? The second thing is, as I said, the definition of employee engagement has changed. And I am a very big fan of what Anil was presenting, is the whole, four aspects of the whole body aspect of it. The entire experience is what now matters, is how are you looking at different aspects of looking at, touching on different aspects for people. And are you measuring that in the right way? So those are the dynamics. And again, employee experience also is not a new word. It's been there for a while. The how part of it is changing, and the what part of it is changing now. Especially in last 2 years, I think it's, I was mentioning to you before this, is probably in my entire career span, this last 2 years has been the most learning I've ever had, because it's taught us so many different dynamics, right? And that's how we need to start thinking of how are we measuring some of the things we are looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
if I could just This is so true because I think employee experience is the new customer experience, right? That we keep hearing about. EX is the new CX. And Anil alluded to this, that HR needs to learn so much from marketing, so much from product development. That whole agile philosophy manifesto that you saw in the sprints, these are all, product development practices. So, engagement, I think the new definition of this is possibly, that you have to keep thinking that how are you giving a better experience? Rangolis are no more a part of engagement. They have an entertainment value. They do not have a engagement value anymore, but a good performance feedback. And I have seen people who are like Gen Zs and all that, or even millennials, we keep saying that, but even millennials, they come back and say, hey, listen, I didn't get a good feedback from a manager or a constructive feedback from a manager. I do not see a sense of purpose. Here's my resignation. Tata, bye-bye.
Or I gave you a feedback. What did you do about it? Right. So I think those are things that are changing right now.
I think even, yes, please, Bobby. No, please continue.
I just wanted to add, sorry, I kind of missed out. One was about the whole definition of, employee engagement. Right? I'm reminded of something that we all might be having privy to. When Domino's came into India in the late 90s, right? Whenever you step out of a Domino's, right, you actually have a bell, and you go ring a bell if you're very happy with it. Probably, for me, it sounded very rudimentary when I saw it for the first time, but it makes a lot of sense, and it so much applies for whether it's a Gen Z, a millennial, or even somebody like me, right? What are you feeling at that point in time? If you're able to make that, right? If you're able to capture that, and that's an aggregation of all of that, right? That will typically tell you, is this person engaged? Right? Is this person really getting the right experience? Whether you're internal or external to the organization, what you go through at that point in time. It may be also something that is one-sided because I didn't make it into this organization. So therefore, I would not give a great score to the organization. That's fine. You probably 10, 15, 20% of the folks would do that, but you don't believe the rest of them would do it. Right? They value what you're giving them. I think the genuinity is what really matters, right? If you're very clear about what you're doing, why you're doing. I'll give you a very simple example. When you do hiring, if you're able to tell a potential candidate about the process that you're going to put them through when they walk into your facility, the amount of time it's going to take approximately, and last but not the least, where is the restroom? If you can mention these three things, you have a 50% winner on that external candidate. Some very simple, basic things, but we lost track of all of this, in our hunt for something else.
Thank you so much. Before I open the floor for asking the questions from the audience, due to the limit of the time, so we want the audience also to ask the questions. I can just sum up, even the employee engagement is happening in the industry fraternity. We had student engagement also, and the challenge really happened last 2 years, but it's completely changed up, right? And even the academics fraternity is ensuring that students are engaged to what the value they get into the courses or the sessions they are going to attend it. And I think that's where even the academicians are gearing up now for. The purpose, what the students, if they attend today this session, is whether the purpose or the objective of that session has been more engaging for the learners who are attending today's this session. And I must say that academics is also gearing up as the industry is really moving for further. Okay, now the panelists would like to take questions from the audience. So you can just raise up your hand and please ask the question. Yes.
These are not planted questions, right? These are coming right now.
Hello. The question is like my past experience.
I think our panel is jinxed. First the lights went out, now the mic.
Am I audible? Yeah. So it is based on. It is based.
So you may please take this mic.
So anybody can answer, but the question is based on my past experience, and it is about how we communicate the values and the meanings to down the level in the manufacturing arena, for example, because I have understand that only executives or below that managers who are well educated, they understand the meaning of, for example, integrity as a value. But a blue collar person or apprentice will not have that understanding. So how can we actually communicate that down the level?
I'll take a shot at that. Okay, an assumption that, values is something that only educated folks would understand and appreciate is actually incorrect. All of us, as we grew up at home, values start at home. Right? What we've been ingrained into day in and day out is what we carry through for the rest of our lives, or what we have not been ingrained into, right? Will carry through for the rest of our lives. Some of it is unable to change. If a person at the grassroots level, okay, a workman on the shop floor, is able to see those being emancipated, right, being expressed, he or she will relate to it. I started my career in a manufacturing organization. It was tough. It's never easy. It's tough, right? But you're able to go back with that consistent message that this is the purpose why we're doing it. Be very open about it. Be transparent about it. At times, you have to be a little strategic about what you do, but otherwise, most of the time, if you're going to be very open and transparent, the message will go through. All of us, go through tough situations at home, right? There are times, when the head of the family would say, this month we'll have to cut down expenses. Right? As children, we would have thrown a tantrum saying, no, I need this, right? But then a day, two, you realize, that, okay, I think it's time for me to, park this request for now and pick it up subsequently when, we're in a better position. Same as a question of an organization, right? If an organization is coming up with, and when it will not be accepted by somebody at the grassroots level is when you're having a very dichotomous view of the whole concept of, values, saying it's different for set of people, it's different for other set of people. Examples like, if you're going to have separate cafeterias and canteens, for executives and workmen. It's about those simple, very, very minute, small things that you do on the shop floor, which would make the difference. That's been my personal experience. And none of us, like to go into anything carrying a grudge in our mind. We are social beings, so we believe that when somebody is making an attempt, it's with a very noble intent. They're doing it for the right cause. And if they still have a grudge, it is probably because they have experienced something in the past, which has made them lose the trust in a person, or made them lose the trust in a particular system or a process. So if you're able to go back and address that, you'll probably be able to instill values, you'll be able to relate with values, that even people have. And the other important one is values is not always something, is going to be top down. As an organization, you want to understand what are values, that are very close to the heart of the people. If you're able to make that effort to hear from them what they believe is something that we should do, your battle is done. Thank you.
If I may add, so I'll give you a Twitter version of two beliefs of mine first, two statements, and then I'll answer your question, right? So you spoke about integrity, and we've been speaking about integrity. I think it's about time to call out that the world's most fraudulent companies had integrity plastered all over the wall, saying that this is our value, right? And we also spoke about Peter Drucker's statement saying that, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I think authenticity eats perfection for breakfast. Ponder over this and revisit the statement that you made, that values. Now, what is this value stream all about? Traditionally, we've always believed, right, that value is a top-driven affair. But there's also a value that a team exhibits. And your question to say that manufacturing folks who necessarily do not come from the kind of, school and academics, etc., for them, it's not just about the company values. It's also about the value that they bring to the value chain. And, this is important because in the manufacturing setup, it's all about what am I doing first? Okay, and then, anything else. So something I'll just give you a quick example, something we did in the past and the organization. So we run this whole, we went from asking to listening, right? So sentiment analysis and all of this. We heard the manufacturing folks, and one of the biggest feedback that we got was that, guys, we don't know. I mean, I don't know what am I doing in this organization. I come daily, work on SOPs, deliver something, go back home, and then wait for my paycheck to come. So what we did was that we set up these leaderboards. You understand leaderboards? So we set up these huge leaderboards to say that, what you did today, how is it going to impact the entire value stream right up to revenue? And when people saw that, okay, their contribution today of, packaging, let's say 100 goods is going to lead to X revenue, there was a lot of belongingness. The disconnected workforce kind of started getting engaged. Okay, so it's not to say that the folks at the manufacturing setup don't understand values. They understand it as good as anybody else. It's only about how do you communicate. And now to answer, how do you communicate? You over communicate. And if you're not doing that, I mean, I always say this, that, till the time you don't get tired of saying the same thing again and again, you've not done your job. The message would have landed on the day when you would have actually got tired of saying it. Okay, and that's the key to communicating, right down to the last mile. Yeah.
I think just picking up couple of points. One is what Bobby said is walk the talk. So if leaders don't walk the talk, the people below will not value the values, so to say. And second thing is over communicate and bring it down to the language people understand. A lot of time we get bogged down by English as the words. If people understand different kind of language, we need to simplify it so people understand. I think that also makes a lot of difference.
Try talking in English to, let's say, a Brazilian or an Italian or a French. They'll stare at you like this and they'll be like, yeah, which world do you come from? And we take a lot of pride in this language, right? But they have pride in their own language.
I'll just add, you brought up a very good point. You're hungry, okay? And your boss or your manager comes and says, come, let's have a discussion. Would it even get through you? One, right? Instead of your boss says, come, let's discuss over a bite or a smoke or a cup of tea. How much of it is going through to you? It's about how you're able to also give it, how you're able to pass on that message. So it's about being able to understand, what will work well. You may not have a one size fits all, right? But very important is this very transparent, you're clear, right? And to the power of, actually repeating the same thing, right? And that also is going to demonstrate your consistency in being able to communicate, right? That will add a lot. Yeah, it'll sound like, it's a broken record. We've all seen, right? Organizations, display safety procedures, right? How many of us even pay attention to what the air stewardess speaks about, air safety procedures, right? First few times, you probably would have looked at the air stewardess. Okay, she looks nice, she looks smart, she looks beautiful. All right, then I pay attention to. After that, I don't even listen to. I'm on my earphone, on a call, or I'm listening to music, or I'm watching a video. But they do their job, and they mean it. Because tomorrow, when something happens, you look up to them as gods because they are the ones who are going to help you out there.
No questions from the balcony? They have the hot seats, but they don't get to talk.
They'll probably ask us questions later on during the tea interactions, so we'll be able to interact with them. So now we, because of the paucity of the time, we have to end this panel discussions, but I think post the keynote speaker 3, students and the delegates will actually come and talk with us and ask whatever doubts they had and could not just ask up during our discussion. So over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, esteemed panelists and ma'am, for that wonderful session. We would now like to request the panelists and Dr. Curate to stand up for a photo. To To show our appreciation, we would request Dr. Yashomandira Khade to present our panelists, Mr. Sumit Bhatia, Mr. Vikash Maheshwari, and Mr. Meka Venkata Chalapati with a memento. We would also like to share some goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South, Safe Express, and City Goodies. We kindly request the esteemed panelists to return to their seats. We will now be taking a short break and tea will be served at your tables. I would request the students to return to the designated area in the mess. We will return shortly. Our hrsummit student team will be available in and around the campus for any assistance if required. We would also like to mention that the student clubs and committees of SIOM have set up displays to showcase their amazing work on the first floor. Please do pay them a visit when you can. Your feedback would be appreciated. Thank you. The next keynote address will begin at 6:40 p.m. right here.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit, tour, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result area which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM, not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
Hey, this. Check. Hey, this. Check. Check, hey. Check this. Check.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management, or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nashik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation, and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit Tatwa, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications, and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK, and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and, of course, develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result
Hello.
area, which will
We would like
impact
to
your
request the
triple bottom
delegates,
lines
speakers,
very, very
students, and
positive.
faculty
A
of SIOM to
perfect
have their
symbiosis
seats. We'll be
of
starting in 2
industry
minutes.
and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM, not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
Hello, 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 hello.
Check, 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 check. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, hey.
Check, check.
One final call to all the speakers, panelists, delegates, and students of SIOM. Please take your seats. We'll be starting immediately. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the refreshments. Moving forward with the final keynote address of the day, I would like to introduce Ms. Anuja Singh, Head of HR at Ninja Kart. Ms. Singh is an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur and carries over 22 years of experience in the field of human resources, serving giants in the corporate space, such as Wells Fargo, Standard Chartered, and Aon Hewitt, in various capacities. She has a proven track record in various core HR functions and has led teams across HR generalists, compensation and benefits, recruitment operations, HR consulting, talent development, HR change, HR risk, and program management functions. Ms. Singh has also been instrumental in setting up people-related structures across various organizations. Moreover, she has also worked in business roles that involve strategic initiatives such as digitization, transformation, and global location strategies. I would now like to request Ms. Anuja Singh to take the stage and address us on the topic, HR as a product. The keynote address is expected to last 25 minutes and will be followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. Without further ado, ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Give me both the options. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hello. Good evening, everyone. And good evening to all the people in the galleries there. I am the last session and hopefully not the most boring session. So first of all, thank you so much for welcoming me here. Okay, is this fine? Everyone? Thank you so much for this session. Thank you so much for welcoming me here. This is my first trip to Nashik and I did not realize that it's quite a ride here. But I think meeting and listening to so many young minds and so many intelligent minds really has made it worth the wait. Thank you so much. Without knowing it, I've actually been on one of my favorite topics, HR as a product. If you listen to my background, while I have worked for 23 years, I have, as some other speakers said, changed a lot of professions. So I have worked HR as a consultant. So I was working with Aon for a while. I have worked in HR primarily. Also, I spent 2 years as a part of the global strategy team. So that was a place where I did a lot of transformation, digitization, and things like that. And I think I honestly learned far more about HR when I was in that role than I learned when I was in HR. I learned a lot around how, and this was in a large MNC. So how sometimes, the people function should come up front, should be a part of the consulting practice. But sometimes decisions are made and then HR is brought in, or you go and talk to HR saying, how do I make this larger? How do I create a buy-in in the organization? So those are org realities that I have. And now that I'm back into HR, I try and implement. So without much of an ado, and this is for everybody out there, just a quick vote of hands. So if you're looking at an HR professional, what do you think you are? Are you a business person in HR or are you an HR person in the business? Option 1, are you a business person in HR? Students? Nobody? Okay. Or are you an HR person in the business? All right. I do see that a vast majority of the students don't seem to have views. That, my friends, my younger friends, is called fence sitting. Don't do that, trust me. What I would like to say is that, and that's the way I'd like to introduce myself, that I am a business person in HR.
because that is the way I would like to define the HR function, that we are an enabler, very, very similar to what traditional operation manager roles are. We are an enabler to the business. Now supply chain is becoming a business. I work in a company which also regards supply chain as one of our largest USPs. And our automation of the same is something which the agri-tech industry speaks about. But to go back, it's always a business first perspective which one needs to look about. And when we are talking today about whether HR is a product or HR is a project, that's the perspective which I would like to remind all of you about. This is a very old HR model, and I'll tell you why I'm revisiting this here, is if you look at the HR function, what is the HR function all about, right? So the two easier ones are when they say that HR is as an employee advocate, because somebody needs, and this comes from a very traditional mindset, that somebody needs to fight for the rights of the employees, somebody needs to look after their benefits. Not very true with the youngsters I meet today. I can tell you that working from companies which were 25,000 people strong in India to now working for a company which is just 17,000 people, 1,700 people strong. But the average age in the previous company was closer to 35. Today, the company I work in, the average age is 26. So it's a very bro culture, as I call it. But I can tell you that the employee advocate piece, today's employees speak for themselves. They have no issues in addressing their respect of hierarchies is very different. So it is not about organization hierarchies that they think about. The way they visualize hierarchies and the way you possibly, my friends out there, visualize hierarchies is possibly thinking about, are they a technophile? How savvy are they on technology? That's the way you would be looking at hierarchies. You would be looking at hierarchies and saying how inclusive is the culture. And that's not only in terms of the most obvious inclusions like gender and age, etc., but more on how inclusive is the culture about acceptance of ideas, about acceptance of curiosity. How do you kind of propagate that culture? So that is today's employee advocate. The admin expert is the easier one. And today with a lot of technology, the admin expert, which is their entire piece of reimbursements, the entire piece of access, the other part of saying, how do I look at access to knowledge, access to technology, access to mentors, access to succession management, access to career paths, all that I would still put as an admin expert, because we have technologies up there which are pretty much easy to navigate around and get you there. The more difficult part today is the other two functions. One is the business partner function. Yes, in India today, and I was having a conversation with Dr. just 5 minutes back, and he was speaking about how he is hiring for a company where they are looking at a female board member and how he's struggling with that position. But the fact is that when you're looking at a business partnership function, you need to be having a seat on the table for the value of what you bring to the table. And what do you as an HR professional bring to the table is what's coming as a question mark today. We had sessions today which spoke about the future of work, about how those top 25 skills are very different, and how most or 70% of those skills are not hard skills, but are soft skills, are around EQ, are around collaboration. So those pieces and getting the business ready for the future of work is what I would believe a business partner role is. And the same goes with change agent. I have really appreciated this role in one of my non-HR role, where we looked at what I would call, for the lack of better words, the Uberization of talent. Today, when you look at org structures, you have people who are aligned to various LOBs. So you work for XYZ LOP, and within that you work for Y category. Tomorrow's organizations will have skills documented by the individual. So depending on your skills, which are hard skills, and also your soft skills, your ability to work with people, your EQ, your collaboration questions, all those would, in the end of the day, get matricized. And if there is a pull for talent, so it is a project or work which comes about, you would literally look at your skill directory and do what is called Uberization of talent. So you would be your own BU, and depending on what you bring to the table and how quickly you could change it is how you would be then put into a particular LOB. So that plus the entire change management, I think, is the role of HR. Why am I going through this? And this is one slide out there which I really want to take you all through. So if you look at the trends which are going to change HR, and this is not original thought, a couple of points are, but more of it is derivatives of what I've read and seen. The future of work is digital. All of us are speaking about it today. 2 years ago, to set up a Zoom, we used to have video conferencing. We used to have rooms which had large monitors, and those were video conferencing calls. Zoom was not known 2 years back. Today, every child who's even a first grader knows how to operate. In the same way, what's going to happen 2 years from now, believe it or not, is metaverse coming in. So a lot of the information we have today will be on Meta. And that is going to be the future, whether it's going to take 2 years or 3 years. It's a question not of why, but it's a question of when. And if you look at metaverse and HR, it's already happening. So a lot of, few companies, one of them is Samsung, has already started adopting metaverse. They're using metaverse, or they're using Meta in recruitment. They're using it very strongly in onboarding. And the conversations or the challenges on adaptation of technology are different. For example, in HR, the question that future leaders, and when I say it's not just HR, it's about people, leaders who need to think about, are questions on saying that if the metaverse environment is a virtual environment, what are the rules that govern it? If you look at news around 2-3 weeks back, a journalist spent 2-3 hours in metaverse in a work environment and got back questions on what does harassment mean there? What do hierarchies mean there? What do ways of working mean there? How do you ask a question? What is rudeness defined in Meta? Do you just quickly swipe left and right, and is that rudeness? So culture of working is something that one needs to think about, and that is HR. Of course, I spoke about that, saying that the leader must connect across. Earlier, it used to be, you're working across diversified geographies. So somebody's working in the US, you're working across distributed teams. Now you're going to be having people who are working across diverse environments. Some people working in office, some people working at home, some people working in Bali, some in Leh Ladakh, all of them using different environments. And the leader needs to just connect across. So one of the questions that we are being asked today as people come back to office is saying, how does a leader connect? Because a lot of it is very non-verbal cues. If you want to understand the emotional health of a person, you drop by the person's desk, wait for a couple of minutes and say, let's go for a cup of chai. And you finish that conversation quickly. In a virtual world, you schedule the meeting. You can't just come in and just say hi. And a lot of the body language, the kind of understanding that you have in a 5-minute over tea conversation sometimes is far more valuable than a half an hour structured conversation on Zoom. So those are the challenges. Purpose, I think some of my esteemed other colleagues have already spoken a lot about it, saying purpose is a talent magnet. And I could definitely, so my next few slides are going to be, a practitioner's view. So you'll see something on how we are creating HR as a product. But talent and purpose remains to be among the most common motivators for a person to perform. And I'm not talking about engagement here, which is just a purpose to stay. Today, in today's organization and the organization I represent, we talk a lot about talent density. We talk a lot about high-performing teams. And we have realized that the new value is really zeal, which is to say, how much do I need to make a change? In startups and established startups where we are trying to change the paradigm, this is especially true. And when I go back, I think it's applicable to everyone saying, why am I here? What is my purpose? How is this company different from that company, given that comp and benefits are more or less similar? I think purpose is a differentiator. I already spoke about Uberization of talent. Prepare for multiple futures. I think this is the fate of organizations. So if you look at organizations, Amazon was a book library, right? It is an online bookshop. Today, if you look at its value purpose, it's about bringing the whole world together. It has nothing to do with technology. So as companies, and that's a, if I could say, that's a people skill that leaders need to build for, that you will have variations A, B, and C as far as the future of an organization goes, and you will need to adapt very quickly. So I can only tell you in terms of what Ninja Cart, for example, was. Ninja Cart is an agri-tech company. We have been into the business of trading. Our next 2 years is going to be around platform. We've also discovered and said that, you know, wherever you have a platform, you need to have commerce. Wherever you need to have commerce, you need to have a bank. So now suddenly when I'm looking at the team, we are looking into agriculture, everything to do with agriculture, but we are looking at trading, we're looking at logistics, you're looking at commerce, you're looking at neobank products like CASA. So the futures and how much of this will really succeed is something time will tell, but that is the reality of today's organization. Career portfolios and not just career paths. This is a new concept. I read about it in all honesty a couple of days before I was coming in here. But some of my esteemed colleagues have spoken about it. So a career path is something which could be linear. It could be, you know, kind of diagonal. It could be spiral, right? Because you keep going to different functions. A career portfolio is for today's worker, which is not just the kind of skills that I bring to the table, but also the kind of informal experiences that I've had. So if a life change of me becoming a father through adoption is a life change that brings value to who I am, and hence it changes the way I look at the organization. And trust me, the way I have seen this, and the reason I've put it on the slide and I identified with it is last week. I was out for breakfast, and the startup environment is very different. So you have to learn from each other. There was a question somebody had asked about collaboration in HR. And I can tell you what we've been doing is that in the startup community, we have a small group of heads of HRs. So last week I had met, I think, the head HR of Ola, head HR of PhonePe, head HR of Daily Hunt or Verse. And we were all sitting and chatting up around this part. And we were speaking about how startups evolve. And we realized that because a lot of startups are founder driven, as their life cycle or life state changes, the organizations change. So at early stage startups where people are young, 22 years old, 23 years old, they normally work till 3 in the night. After that, as they start moving up, they start changing their work timings. So a lot of the career portfolio also depends on that. But if you look at today's employee, definitely career portfolio is a part of who I am. That whole sense of belonging that we spoke about. The next point is around D&I to DEI and B. So without much of an ado, we used to call it diversity and inclusion. Now we call it diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So it goes back and ties back to the purpose piece. Impactful rewards, of course, in a competitive workspace, the differentiator is how customized, or if I could call it how hyper-localized you are to the employee's needs. And hyper-localization, you might talk about Amazon and a Flipkart, and you talk about microsites, but the thought process is coming in HR, saying how do I make or how do I cater whatever I have to offer as a company to the microsite who is the employee. So that's what that's about. Going back to the topic of HR as a product, I'm not going to lead you through this whole thing, but this is, if you start looking at human resources or people resources, And if you try and offer it like a product, this is what it would look like, and this is life for us. So we have our foundations there, which is systems, culture, policies, practices. And the rest of it, like any other product map, we actually have mapped it into customer journeys. So what you see there, which is right from recruitment, and we call it different experiences. So you have candidate experience, and this is the life cycle of an employee, by the way. On top of it, you've got, you onboard the person, you look at growing him or her, you look at performing, you look at developing, and you look at rewards and recognitions. All these are different experiences by themselves. After that, you also look at the alumni experience, very similar to what I saw here, right? Alumni matter. What people speak about you matter. Similar to that, you have one other experience, which is the outside in experience, which is how have you created yourself as an employer brand. And now that's increasingly being regarded as a part of the journey. So you have this, and on top of it, you need to have your people objective. So what you see there is a people objective, really. So this is what we really believe on, and this is what happens when you bring HR as a product, not a project. The difference of a product is that it will need to go through the product life cycle. You need to conceptualize it, customize to the employee or the customer you're talking about. You would also need to go back and keep reinventing it. If you have an offering, if HR has an offering to its employees, you'll have to look at innovating and seeing why the customer, who's your employee, should choose that particular product. So it changes your entire perspective when you start looking at the employee as an internal customer. What you see here, and we have done this, is we've actually, similar to any product company, we have broken our employee into personas. So we have said, and we call them Nino 1, Nino 2, Nino 3. We've got names for them, but we look at their typical age group. We look at what are their commitments, what are their needs, what are their requirements, what do they want from a company, which is very different depending again on the life cycle, the gender and other preferences that you have. You also look at what does that particular persona look for from a career point of view. So what would be the motivation factor? Is it relationships? Is it money? Is it power? Is it influence? Is it a brat factor? So we did do a very detailed focus group discussions to arrive at personas. And as somebody had said, we did use design thinking principles to even go and see as to how do you break an employee into personas. The reason I brought this up over here is it again looks at a very HR as a product kind of a life cycle. This is another example, small piece. Earlier, when we used to think of onboarding, it used to be a very straight line thinking. So you would look at, say that, okay, you want to give them, certain goodies, you want them to feel comfortable, you want them to settle down. And even when you look at a revised process, you go through it and you say, this is stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And this is what I will do for it. I'm not going to read through the whole slide, but the idea is to give you a perspective on how things change. If you, look at an internal customer hat, you will end up with this. So what you see here is a journey map. So right from the time that the candidate has got an offer, and we walk through the journey, we said when a person sends an offer, what time do we normally send an offer? And we realize we send offers at the end of business days. So which means chances are that the employee is sitting at home or in a pub with friends, the candidate sitting there, right? We then went through the journey of saying that if he's sitting or he or she is sitting there, who are the influencers? Is it the parents? Is it the friends? Is it other colleagues? Is it other B school friends that the person has? And if so, what is the kind of experience the person will enjoy? So it goes back into persona, going back into defining what he or she needs, and then go along that. We then also spoke about, and I'm not going to lead through the whole thing, but we spoke about the moment. So we call it moments. The moment where the acceptance or the offer is received, the moment where there is an acceptance or there is a rejection, and the moment in between, because you've got 4 days to accept or reject an offer. So how do you make sure you influence the person? And how do you make sure we came up with some values and we said, if they accept the offer, how do you look at, pride as a value, saying I'm joining a nice company, I'm joining an innovative company, which goes back into what my colleague spoke about in the EVP piece. How do you create a very compelling EVP? It just goes on to the whole piece, right up to the time that a person is, we've defined this onboarding journey as 90 days. What you see here is just an example of Nino 1. We had those 3 personas. So depending on the needs, we really went through it in a very product, HR as a product kind of a thing. This is something all of you would be familiar with because we don't have too many HR people here. Thank you. That's my 25-minute alarm, so I'm going to rush it through. Very typical of any products, what any HR product also has a life. So what used to be project-based working is today tribes and squads. So if you look at the principles of it, it's very similar, but you don't call it a function, you call it a pod. You don't call it a tribe, sorry, you don't call it a function, you call it a tribe. You don't call it a team, you call it a squad. So things like that go in, and sometimes it is, as long as end of the day, managing people is simple. You need to go down to basics. But when you are launching an HR product, whether it's an engagement product or a benefit, this whole life cycle of introduction, growth, maturity, and then the inflection point, which is like the S curve, saying that you can either jump over to the next S curve or it'll go into a decline. And how you innovate around your people offerings is what the slide's trying to say. The next one, and this I promise is my last slide, but my most important one. So if I were to look and summarize what I would speak to people professionals, not just HR professionals, anyone who manages people for me, is point number 1, be brave. Yes, there is the future of work, there's metaverse, there is AI, there's ML, the AI will take over how you manage people, things like that. So be brave. These are changes which will be there. Yes, winter is coming. It could be different for each individual, but winter will come only for the unprepared people. And for all the people who are not at the back, winter is coming is from a very famous serial called Game of Thrones. So that's the entire piece. Of course, be focused. The employee, which is your, your customer, your internal customer, is very demanding, very aware. Information or data is free. So you cannot try and give him different nuggets of information to influence him. He already has that in his fingertips. Be nimble, because the employee is also fickle-minded. He or she will have different demands. You need to be able to look at the trending of those demands and be able to offer a solution to the employee. So it is not a point in time, but it is when you treat the employee as a customer who is making a pit stop in your company, your mindset on what your offerings should be would change. And that's the role of an HR business partner. Be innovative. I spoke about that. And very, very important, be simple. The more jargons you use, the more models you tend to speak about, you tend to complicate and build layers and layers and layers. So what, as a people professional, you need to be able to, as I say, be able to dance on the dance floor and also view it from the balcony. So you need to be able to use both, but simplify your solutions. And with that, with around more or less on time, thank you. Thanks so much. Do I have time for questions?
Thank you so much for that insightful address, ma'am. We will now be moving to the Q&A session. We request the delegates to ask their questions with a raise of hands.
How are we? Are we passing the microphone?
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Prateek Deshmukh from batch of 22-24. And my question is, as being very new to the field of management studies, I have been very curious about learning about various concepts and trends in HRM. One of the few keywords I came across was a new change of title for HR as people operations leader. Now, as operations is mentioned in that, I am very curious as an operations student, what would it mean for us if it, it is adopted by more and more companies?
Thank you so much. First, my name is Anuja. I come from a very bro culture, so you can just call me that. Now, to answer your question, if you go back to the model which I showed, which is Dave Ulrich's model, and the 4 roles of HR, you will find that entire piece on managing administration as a part of it. So if you look, and I was talking to somebody in the break, even if you look at the life cycle of an employee, when you break it down into small parts, into small journeys, it is operations management, right? So when the human resource comes in, you call it talent or whichever way you want to, and moves across your organization, efficiency comes in through operations. Now, why titles change? It is a sign of times. A lot of people call them chief people officer. There was a time when the internet boom was on, where the head of compensation was called manager goodies, monies and goodies. And I'm not joking, that's happened in a Bangalore-based company. So those are all trends. So yes, I would definitely say that people or working with people has a lot to do with operations management. What you call it, you call a rose by any name, it still remains that, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Anuja.
Ma'am, I have one question. Ma'am,
So
if you
the galleries can hear me.
Sorry, ma'am?
I said, I'm so glad the galleries can hear me.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, my question is, if you can elaborate on what's the difference between HR as a product and HR as a service, and how can the transition happen between HR as a service to HR as a product?
I do not think, now this is an out of syllabus question, but I do not think that the two are mutually exclusive. Because when you are looking at your people management skills, and I call them people management more than HR management skills, it is not a hard-coded product which you can buy off an FMCG store, right? So it is a service. So to that degree, which is why the way you get into efficiency or the way you deliver with a smile and the way you handle conflict management, all of it is a service. The point on this entire piece was looking at HR as a product versus HR as a project. Because when you look at HR as a project, you have a timeline on delivery, and the moment you deliver that particular service, you say, I'm done. But when you look at it from a product lifecycle perspective, you go back, you get feedback, and you innovate again. It becomes a continuous cycle.
Understood, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Pleasure.
Ma'am, that looks like all the questions we have for the day. So thank you so much for answering all those questions, ma'am. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to invite Dr. Vandana Sonwane to present our esteemed keynote with a memento. We would also like to share some goodies from our sponsors, Audi Mumbai South, Safe Express, and City Goodies. Thank you so much, ma'am. Just before we move into the conclusion, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Priyanka Thakur, Country Talent Management and Development Head at AstraZeneca India. So Ms. Thakur is actually on the panel for tomorrow, but she decided to grace us with her presence today. Thank you so much for your support, ma'am.
Well, that was truly an exciting and insightful session, wasn't it? When it comes to the HR practices, new waters are being charted throughout. And while these discussions could go on forever, sadly, we have come to the end of the day. On that note, we would like to deliver the vote of thanks.
Firstly, we would like to thank our esteemed keynote speakers and panelists for sharing their knowledge and insights with us. Next, a huge thank you to all the delegates who have graced this occasion with not only their presence, but also engaging with the discussions. We would like to express our gratitude to our generous sponsors, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. We would like to thank Dr. Vandana Sonwane and Dr. Yashomandra Kade, Assistant Professor and Head of Corporate Relations at SIOM, for leading the way and guiding us in this journey. We would like to thank the faculty of SIOM for all their endless support. And lastly, we would like to thank the entire HR Summit team who have worked tirelessly to bring this event to light. The program and events team for bringing the illustrious speakers and panelists, the registration team for inviting the delegates tonight, the IT and infra team for ensuring the smooth sailing of the event, the logistics team for making sure everything was exactly where it needed to be, when it needed to be there, the sponsorship team for onboarding such amazing sponsors, and last but not least, the communications and public relations team for all the amazing marketing content and branding over the last so many weeks.
With that, we have reached the end of the proceedings of day one of HR Summit 2022 Nashik. A big thank you to all the speakers for sharing their knowledge and insights with us today. I would also like to thank the faculty and the staff at SIOM for helping the HR Summit team organize this event. And I would mainly like to thank the delegates for attending and engaging with all of today's sessions. With that, I would like to formally conclude day one of the 14th edition of HR Summit 2022. We return with day two tomorrow right here in Nashik at 10 a.m. following the same theme. And also we have the Delhi chapter of the HR Summit on the 3rd of September in Delhi with the theme HR, the Catalyst to IPOs. We hope you enjoyed today's sessions as much as we did. The interactions with guests and delegates will begin right here immediately. Thank you.
This is Sarvajit, Shaurita, Ankesh and Neeti on behalf of the entire HR Summit 2022 team signing off. Thank you and take care.